Good afternoon, Aliyah, Denise, and Sebastian.
Good afternoon.
Good
All right.
afternoon, Miss.
Okay. Let us wait a little bit more for others to enter the room. As per usual, I'm gonna close my video in a little bit. And let us just probably wait about 5 minutes more or so to see who else enters. Let me see, somebody just joined us. All right, so Oshina joined us. Welcome, Oshina. And Akeem is here. Right. So persons are logging on.
Afternoon.
Hi, Akeem. How you doing?
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I'm okay, thank you.
All right. Okay. And Krishna. Krishna. That name Krishna. Krishna. I know somebody by the name of Krishna because Krishna is not a very popular name. Yeah. Krishna, what's your surname, Krishna?
Wallace.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. So I think we have a quorum now. So let me welcome you officially to this session this afternoon. Wasn't I sharing? Hold on. That just happened. Let me share again. Are you seeing my slide? Because I'm not sure what's happening. I'm sure I was sharing a slide with you.
We're just in the agenda for
Oh,
today.
right. But there's something that's covering. So great. So there's something that's covering. Oh, here it is. All right. So if you notice, the agenda is slightly different from the one which was sent to you because honestly, guys, those days when anything that could go wrong went wrong, a number of persons asking for, a modification or adjustment to their schedule, and some persons not able to make it. But here we are. So today we're going to be having a session on special needs. And so if you're looking at this updated agenda, you'll notice that we have Mrs. Hemmings first. Mrs. Hemmings isn't able to make it, so I'll be doing her session because I have her PowerPoint presentation. Then Dr. Samoya Henry Pierre Louis, she will be coming on around about 3:30, she said. She switched with Mrs. Deborah Manning because Mrs. Manning seemed to have had a clash that she didn't remember about. And so she asked for that switch. So the person who remains at her allotted time space is Dr. Kayon Bukal. All right, so any questions so far? No? So basically what I'm going to do now, therefore, I'm just going to do Mrs. Hemmings' session for her. All right. I'm going to close my video because I do have bandwidth issues. I say that every time. So I just wanted to welcome us and then close my video and get straight into the meat of the matter. Good. So Mrs. Hemmings was supposed to speak on the gifted child has special needs. Now, when we hear special needs, a lot of times our tendency is to think disability. But as the pendulum swings, I want to call it, we must not overlook the fact that somewhere on that continuum for special need are those individuals with extraordinary capabilities for which special attention is required. Now, my question to you in class, because you are all bright people, and I'm turning on back my video, who in class was amongst us here was assessed as being gifted? Do we have anybody who is gifted among us? Talk to me. Nobody? Hey, I was hoping.
Not to my knowledge, though.
I was hoping. Sometimes we're gifted and we weren't assessed. And so we don't know we were gifted, but I think everybody has special gifts, but nobody's been assessed here as being so gifted. Okay, no problem. All right. So gifted children have unique special needs that go beyond advanced academics. They often require tailored emotional, social, and educational support to thrive. Their challenges include asynchronous development, perfectionism, social isolation, and the need for differentiated instruction. So even though many of us are not quote unquote gifted, I know as it relates to perfectionism, many of you, I see this in med school. I see this among students. Just the competition, that kind of competition, just not wanting to go below a certain grade point average and just stressing over those grades. Sometimes I know people who, and I'm saying, oh my God, but you've gotten high grades. Why are you stressing so? Just that perfectionism. I don't know what to call it, the need to be perfect. Let me ask this question. You might not consider yourselves gifted, or you might not have been assessed as being gifted, but what about perfectionism? Are you the kind of person who think that everything has to be, you have to have high grades and everything has to be perfect? Who here thinks like that? Come on, be honest with me now. None of you. You used to be Vanessa.
Sometimes I think like that.
Blake. Who was talking a while ago?
Vanessa, but I say, I see me can go ahead. I saw her chat.
Yes, she said she
Thanks,
used to be.
Vanessa. I was saying I used to be. I think it's a symptom of the high school I used to go to, Campion. But as you
Right.
mature, you realize that perfectionism it's not feasible a lot of the time. So sometimes you need to let things go.
And
It is
when
good.
you began to let things go, Blake, how was that for you?
It was literally one of the hardest things I had to learn.
Mm,
But
you've learned
I
it.
feel, yeah, to an extent, yes.
But did you feel like a burden lifted or something? I don't want to put words in your mouth. I just wanted to know how you feel after you reconciled with yourself and said, listen, I don't need to be perfect.
It's that when I realized it was mostly during university and med school in particular, that when I realized I couldn't learn every single thing, it used to take a very large emotional toll on me. And sometimes I'd
Mm.
hyper focus on certain topics, even if they're not going to be tested on, because I just have to know it. But life doesn't reward that kind of behavior. So learning that has lifted a burden off of me, so to speak, but it's still a journey, learning what to focus on and what not to focus on.
All right. So thank you so much for your input. I was reading the chat and I think it was, oh Lord, I don't know what's going on with my thing here. Where is the chat? Because I keep touching some stuff. Okay, so it was Archer who was saying it's freeing to let the perfectionism, I imagine, to let go of the perfectionism. I can imagine. I was never one who had to be perfect. No, it's all right. It's not that I just want to go through, and I like high grades and I like, yeah. But if something didn't work out for me in terms of grades or something, I just say, Lord, maybe it shouldn't be, and that's it. And I go, and I don't like to stress. But you can imagine though, for a gifted child. And Cindy's saying, and I imagine, Cindy, you're saying when you let go of that perfectionism, it gives a sense of peace I can imagine. Yes. As I said
It
before,
does, miss. And when you realize that, listen, don't kill up yourself. Whether you get 100 and the other person get 99 or the other person gets 60, listen, at the end of the day, if you're in the same field, at the same pay, nobody no business, but you're 99 or 100. Sometimes you have to just tell yourself that and say, listen, just get through it.
exactly. And it doesn't make you any less of a competent practitioner. It doesn't. Yes, knowledge is good. And I'm not a proponent here for people to be mediocre. Oh, Lord, far from it. Mediocrity, no, I don't like it. But I'm saying sometimes we put so much pressure on ourselves. And let us not make this about us. You know, we're talking about that gifted child who is not emotionally mature enough to navigate some of these feelings and to, you know, almost process the way how we are processing. So let's take Carl, for example, this scenario that I have here. Carl is 6 years old and is able to complete his 12 years old brother's maths assignment. He's often teased, called a nerd, and physically bullied at school. His grade teacher is at her wit's end as she complains that Carl is disruptive in class. She said he's always jittery and tends to distract his classmate, especially when he completes his work ahead of them. He would then go to the toys corner and play with his favorite train toy. And I imagine that's during the time when class is in session and other students are doing work. The question here is, who in this scenario you think would be a target for intervention? So we can all agree, therefore, that Carl is gifted. And no, before I even ask who would be the target for intervention, I guess the question I would want to ask is, why do you think the teacher is at her wit's end? Why is the teacher so overwhelmed?
Because she's not,
Because
Too
she
much energy.
not necessarily, I think it's more she has several students and that she also needs to cater to, and then this one student, and I think she may not have the skill set to help the child. Because
Right.
if she has the skill set, then she would understand that, okay, when he completes the work, then you prepare something else for him to do that is not disruptive.
Ah,
So if
yes,
she had the skill sets, then she would not be frustrated.
maybe
right.
he need a different setting that would cater to him. I mean, in the general population, it is hard to give him that attention that he would need and to divert all the energy that he has. I have a twin and they just drive me crazy. Me just can't wait for school open. As long as school open, rain now come, storm now pass, out to school. Me glad for get them at school. So sometimes me sorry for the teacher them. Cause when them go home, me can't even go with them.
Listen to me. Sometimes teachers are overwhelmed. I remember this was high school stage now when my son came home laughing and said the teacher started crying. The teacher started crying in the classroom the way how the boys, he attended an all-boy high school. And I'm saying, you are laughing. And he said, Mom, it was so funny to see her cry. And she just said, like she said, oh, you all go crazy. Just go crazy. Like she just said, all of you just go crazy. Yes. So we understand that this child has special needs. Somebody wanted to say something. I'm not seeing the names. I'm not sure why. Somebody had something else to say here. Sorry about that. Anyways, all right. So we can understand, therefore, why Carl's teacher was so overwhelmed. Now, and you have put forth in our conversation earlier, in our discussion, some suggestions as to how, Carl, just to help Carl and help the teacher. Who then would be the target for intervention? Would it be the teacher or Carl?
The teacher.
Why do you say teacher?
Because then Carl is 6. So much of his structure and so on will come from the adults in the room. as he gets older, you'll be able to help him in terms of managing his time and so on. But a 6-year-old really needs the adult in the room to create the structure.
So Nicole, thank you so much for that. Akeem, I see your mic was opened
I was about to say both, but I see Vanessa just said both in the chat. I was
in
about
the
to
chat.
agree in large part with Nicole, but at the same time, yes, he's 6, but it's an equation that involves both sides, and he definitely would need some intervention too.
Right, and I'm seeing Blake is also agreeing that the intervention should be for both. Because of course, when you look, let's say, for example, if you were the psychologist or the child psychiatrist, Carl would be your client. Carl would be your patient. So the intervention would be on behalf of Carl. But I think for me, more focus, more target would be for the teacher, because Carl can't help himself here. So even though your whatever it is you do and your negotiation or mediation with the teacher would be to help Carl, because yes, the intervention is for Carl, the target of change would be the teacher. You see what I'm getting at? So when you say both, I just want to delineate that. You know, your client or your patient is Carl, and you're working for the betterment of Carl. And so the target for change would be more that teacher putting in structures and upgrading skill sets, having somebody there. Maybe I think a shadow is what I know. Some persons, having a shadow there or somebody to help. Yeah. So the teacher can focus or can tend to the other students in the class while also simultaneously knowing and focusing on Carl, knowing that, he is doing maybe something different at a higher level, yeah, to keep him occupied. Aliyah, was your mic opened a while ago? Did you want to say something? Or is Oshina?
Oh, yeah, it's me. I just have a question.
Yes.
Are teachers locally mandated who are not special needs trained to know the interventions for this child?
It's not mandatory, but inevitably though, in classrooms, you're gonna have these students. A lot of times, for example, a child on the autism spectrum, it might be mild. Yeah. And sometimes teachers are not able to handle this. Sometimes these children are undiagnosed. And so they're in school. Maybe the mother sees something a little bit off, but consider this child maybe just uncontrollable. Right? So it's not mandatory for the teachers to learn, but it would be instructive if they do have these skill sets.
So who will teach the teachers how to manage? Because from what I know, from what I know, I haven't seen this done locally, nor is this done internationally. What they would usually do is to bring in a child psychiatrist, and he will have his therapy sessions with the speech pathologist and so forth to manage him. So in a classroom setting, because this scenario is basically describing my nephew who lives in New York. And I have been to his session. So he will have his regular class, and then they will take some time away from his regular class, and then the government will send these special needs people, and he will have like an hour or so with them, and then they will bring him to integrate back with the class. I haven't seen this being done in Germany. I know about the shadow, but I haven't seen any teachers go out of their way to help the students. It would be nice.
And that could be because, Oshina, in Jamaica, what happens is that you have specially trained teachers, you have special need teachers, and you have schools. You have schools for special needs kids. So chances are you might not see many of these kids in the regular school setting, because many of them would be at specialized schools until they're able to reintegrate. But I doubt very much you'll see any speech therapist or the child psychiatrist going into the school to have those sessions with the child in the school. If anything, that child will be taken, for example, to a UHWI where you have, trained people, the child psychiatrist or the what they call it, the ward by the child guidance department, in Department of Psychiatry. So it wouldn't be done in the school. And I imagine and Michael also, Akeem, thank you so much.
Yes, Aki, Michael.
Michael, and then you also have private people, private psychologists and psychiatrists, where the persons who can afford would take their children. Yeah. So Blake, you have your hand up, and then Cindy. Go ahead. I can't pronounce the first name. Wasami.
It's Wasimi, Dr. Harrison.
All right.
So I was saying that I'm aware of a group of psychiatrists at Comprehensive Clinic. They go and do site visits to certain inner city schools, like high school and primary school, and they do workshops with the children and teachers alike, so they can identify students who may be giving quote unquote problems or who may be suspicious for some kind of mental health issue. So they interact with the children, and then once these children who have mental health issues are identified, they then contact the parents and get like consent to speak to the children, and then they invite them to child guidance clinic.
All right. Yes. Yes.
So
yes.
So it is happening in the public sector. I don't know on what scale, but it's at least happening there at Comprehensive.
So it does happen. All right. Thank you so much. Cindy, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was saying, in St. Vincent, we do have a special needs school, but there is a stigma associated with it where, like a cultural thing where no one really wants to hear that something is wrong with their children, and the special needs school is associated with persons who would like have physical or visible disabilities. But then we had a success story this year where the child went there to get the one-on-one, and he was able to do the Caribbean primary exit examination and was among the top students. It was really, really nice. And now he's integrated into regular secondary school. But because we don't want to hear that something is wrong, and we don't accept the fact, and we struggle with this, especially if you're in primary health care and you're doing your child health assessments, you try to tell the parents, and sometimes they wait so long to accept the intervention that sometimes the child can't even integrate at the time they're supposed.
It's too late, or it's not too late, but it's timing the growth of that child. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, intellectually. Nicole, thank you so much. Cindy. Nicole, you have your hand up. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I was saying that much of our intervention is for the low end of the spectrum. So it's for the children who are not functioning, who are not learning, but I find that the children who are higher functioning, who often are in classrooms, can I tell you? Most times, because of how well they're doing, they're in the classroom. It's just that the teacher is saying, but why this boy is so bright and him gives so much
jump up and down and
yes. So
that's
it's
the gifted
more
child we are talking
of-
about right there.
and
Yes.
that's where we have a problem, because the child intelligence is fine, their learning is more the interactions and the behavior that is the problem. And so we need to find a way to help these children who are, and I've seen it too. I remember my sister-in-law saying that, boy, my daughter gets so much trouble at school. And I'm like, I'm interacting with this child and I'm saying, the problem is that the teacher is not challenging this child. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. And she migrated, and you wouldn't believe that it was the same child.
Yeah.
Because somebody recognized that she was high functioning, she needed to be challenged, and that's all she needed, somebody to challenge her.
Right. And so even well, we have seen also that you have different abilities. And even if sometimes children who are, again, looking at the spectrum and the medium. However, they have other skills. Many of them are artistic. Not just autistic, but artistic. Yes. And that too is a gift for many of them. That kind of what you call it now, creativity in them. whether it's music or painting or, fine arts, whatever it is. All right. So thank you so much. We're going to move along. I only have an hour. So the definition of giftedness. And so there is an association, a national association for gifted children, and they are saying that gifted children perform or have capabilities to perform at higher levels. And so we know that. It goes without saying, I don't need to belabor that point. However, we also recognize that they require modifications to their educational experiences to realize their full potential. And so the NAGC stated that these children may have a learning or processing disorder requiring specialized intervention. And so that is why I think the combination here is why some teachers are so overwhelmed sometimes when they have such a gifted child amongst, the students in their schools. Now, what are some characteristics inherent in our discussion? We spoke about asynchronous development. So advanced cognition versus age-appropriate emotion. These children may be intellectually advanced, but emotionally or socially aligned with their peers. If we were to look at the scenario of Carl, yes, Carl might be intellectually advanced in maths and maybe just academics, but he's 6 years old. And so, I am not a psychiatrist. I am not a psychologist in that sense. So I can't even speak to the rubrics of it here. But we know, we see, and we've read about this persons, and we see it happening. A 6 years old who is maladjusted on the playing field, because yes, he's amongst his peers on that playing field, but he's operating intellectually at a higher level. And so some things, he's just out of place. That is why I was hoping that one of you would have been assessed as being gifted and tell me how you managed. Do you know of any such child that you can give me an example? Was it Oshina? Oshina, you mentioned you have a relative who fits the description of Carl. How is it, how does this child or this individual really function amongst his peers? Do you know? Can you tell me?
Yes, well, it's my nephew, and he doesn't really like to interact. He just likes to do his 80-piece puzzles and stay in his little corner. He doesn't like to interact at all.
Oh, so he's totally introverted.
For the most part, yes.
But did you ask why? Why he doesn't want to play with his peers and so on?
Yeah, he's just not interesting, to be honest. He's not interested to play with them. He just rather plays with his dinosaur and puzzle and put his solar system together. He doesn't care about other people.
Oh,
But he's really smart.
I can imagine. I can imagine. All right. So here, Mrs. Hemmings has the asynchronous development, the overexcitabilities, the intellectual, emotional, psychomotor, imaginational, being sensual. And so, as I was saying before, gifted children may be intellectually advanced, but emotionally and socially aligned with their peers. And this mismatch can cause frustration, anxiety, and just difficulty in fitting in. Yeah. But they crave depth. Similar to some of us who really, sometimes you're having a conversation with an individual and you're just so bored. It's just so blah. You can't bother. Sometimes you can't bother talk to. You say, I can't bother talk to some people because what they're gonna say. It's not interesting. It doesn't stimulate intellectually. So I imagine for these gifted children, the same thing applies at their level. So they often become bored in the traditional classroom, and that came out in the discussion earlier. So without enrichment, they may just disengage, or they may underachieve. There's nothing there to stimulate them. No, it's almost like we now segue into this nature-nurture debate, ongoing debate. Because this child, is gifted, but the environment is not allowing him to realize his full potential based on whatever talents or gifts that he has. And so, of course, I do believe, I agree that, they may become disengaged or underachieve. And so specialized programs, enrichment programs, mentorship are often necessary. Otherwise, they might be at risk of social isolation sometimes and other things. What are some of the risk class you think if a gifted child is not stimulated, is not nurtured to achieve its full potential? What are some of those implications? Talk to me.
I mean, much like any understimulated kid, it's a case where it is that they might find things that I guess hold their interest a bit more. And those things might not necessarily be considered, I want to say, appropriately social. They could even be considered antisocial type behaviors. So that could relate in terms of, I want to say, more behavioral issues. And then it just kind of spirals from there because you can't find anything to engage them with consistently. And
I,
then they don't, when you want to put it in this framework, achieve maximum potential.
I agree with you, Danielle, wholeheartedly. And I feel like even some of those strongmen, some of those leaders amongst our midst, the ones who are over on the other side, not doing what they call it, violence producers. I think they have to be smart people, not the henchmen, not the one who are following, the ones who are so charismatic that they have people who can believe their every word and hang onto their every word. I believe some of those are gifted, and the gifts that they have wasn't channeled in a positive way. And so, we have problems because they are smart people, very smart people, I think.
And they might feel that they're not understood too. They might feel left out, lower the self-esteem. They might detach from persons because they feel as if nobody understands them.
Exactly. Right? And so these special persons, Cindy, they have social and emotional needs, special social and emotional needs. Many gifted children they set unrealistic or unrealistically high standard for themselves. And this can lead to stress. It sometimes lead to procrastination when, they feel like they're underachieving, or avoidance of challenges. Counseling and resilience training here would help balance achievement and well-being. The notes I have here from Mrs. Hemmings is saying that gifted children are often experience emotions more intensely. They may feel isolated, misunderstood, like you said, Cindy, and struggle with their peer relationships. So what's indicated here? Support groups, peer mentoring, and emotional coaching are critical for these individuals. As per usual, right. So when you look at their educational needs now, and some of these were already mentioned. So if it sounds redundant, it's because they were preempted by us during our discussion. So the standard curricula within the schools rarely meet their learning pace. They benefit from curriculum compacting, independent projects, and advanced coursework. Teacher training is essential, and we touched on this, to recognize and nurture giftedness. But in Jamaica, of course, we know there are limited resources and the need for maybe some kind of policy reform where this is concerned. It is not cheap, even though I know you have, and was it Nicole, was it you who mentioned that? No, it was Blake who was saying that in the public setting you have some psychiatrists. I think they might be doing outreach, based on our late Dr. Paul used to talk about social responsibility. So maybe it could be, it's part of their social responsibility and outreach to go find those children who might be deemed disruptive and assess them to see what's happening with them so they can get the required attention and intervention. Yeah. So Cindy, sometimes we don't want our kids to be labeled. Yeah. Make them skip a grade. They do that too, Akeem, I know. Yeah, so Daniel, you're saying without the capacity, you can reform till you're weak. It just won't come off the ground. I am not as pessimistic as that, Danielle. You see, because I think if people in a concerted way, they really try to make a difference. If all of you in class here see the need and try to make a difference, the reform might be a start. But as I said before, I think in my class the last time, I say you have your hands on the pulse in I'm paraphrasing here. You have your hands on the pulse, and so you see and know what's happening at the policy level, what's working and what's not working. So even though persons who implement the policy might say, yes, we've reached our objectives, and yeah, we've reached our objectives, fine. But do an impact assessment. So you, as the helping professionals, are able to do a better impact assessment. How? Because yes, you're seeing what's happening on the ground based on whatever policies were implemented. You are in contact not just with the recipients of those policies, the persons who benefit, but you're also in contact with their significant other. So you can garner data or information, not just from the person benefiting, but also from their loved ones. And for me, you get the real information, thick, rich data right there to work with. So when you go with your proposal and say, this is not working as it ought to, but here are some suggestions to, or if they don't listen to you, can tweak it on the ground, to meet the needs. So sometimes, Danielle, we just have to do that because, things will in its entirety might not do what it purports to do. All right. So differentiated instruction, enrichment, importance of teacher training in giftedness. What time is it? So I'm chatting. All right. So we have time. All right. So we're looking at educational needs. So the standard curriculum saying don't meet their pace, and training is essential to recognize and nurture giftedness. Now, if you were Minister of Education for a day, what would you provide, and what resources and what policy reforms would you draft? What resources would you provide? Talk to me. That's a question that's here for you, class.
I mean,
Minister of Education Day.
I'd still kind of have to come back from the basics of trying to see how it is I could improve a teaching cato. So it is that you can have the persons upon which to pull upon specifically if I want to say neurodivergent kids. And what it is that you could probably also do in a policy level would be to see how you could foster opportunities for specialized training in that area, maybe like government-sponsored specialized training in that area, and then bound them back to the country. So it is that you can ensure you have that base.
Boy, Daniel, I love that.
The first thing I do is try and get a MOU of sorts, a framework established between Ministry of Education and Ministry of Health, so that we can actively surveil and locate and pull out these kids, because we can't start an intervention. We don't even know where the kids are. We need to start sourcing them. So we need to have a team or a task force, because the government loves task forces. But we need a task force that's going to delineate a set of professionals, doctors, speech pathologists, etc. And the core target of this task force will be to go out into the public schools and do assessments, and or at least through their delegates organize for assessments to be done, whether as a component of their annual medicals or at a section where such suspicions can be referred to the relevant personnel or relevant location. And then we create a pool where we extract and we identify and extract all the kids that we suspect need to be assessed. And then we'll have more so of a catalog or register of what's going on, and we can then develop targeted interventions rather than just flip-flopping and wondering which child is where, and then parents are wondering, how do I know if my child is gifted? I don't know where I should go or what I should do, you know. So that MOU with the ministry, even before we start sending people to train, of course you need manpower and adequately qualified manpower to identify things in the first place, but at the very least, before we may implement any major reforms, telling teachers or anybody what to do, we need to be able to actually identify these children.
So what I'm hearing, therefore, is something that's interministerial. Yes? So no one ministry, there has to be network between or among ministry, and there has to be assessment. And you're also saying, you say a pool, you're also saying, Akeem, similar to Daniel's suggestion, there be a cater. You say a pool, I'm using the word cater, the word that Daniel used, of persons. But first of all, you're saying go out there, do the assessment, have something standard where you can capture these children. Yeah? To see who
Absolutely, yes.
so when they enter school for that first time, or when they return to school every term, or
Right, with
when
their medicals and
and
stuff,
I was
right.
just gonna come to that. When they do their medical, the teachers can make the suggestion to say, I am gonna refer this child, have a look, have an assessment done. But of course, you need a caterer of person there too to do that kind of assessment, where their duty, their remit is this is what they do within the ministries or across the ministry, health and education. Yeah. When you identify what the needs are for these persons, gifted or otherwise, then I guess you can actually compartmentalize and you can do the training, whether the training is going to be generic to deal with all that comes up or not. But I see the training is needed, because inevitably you're going to find those students who have those special needs. Yeah. Thank you so much. Nicole, go ahead. Good going.
I think it should be not just about the routine identification, so routine screening. So we need to decide on what the routine screening for every single child should be,
Right.
and then ensure that every single child is screened at some point before they get to the primary school level. And in that way, it does not only identify necessarily children who are on the spectrum, but it also identifies
Other needs.
some of the learning needs of different children. And so the teacher is better able to tailor her the way she educates to the different needs within the classroom. Because
Or
even average children may learn a different way, may need something else in a different way. And so the teacher is able to target when she's doing her teaching process, then she's able to target. But we should have basic routine screening for every child. I think there are too many times when we're saying, okay, we're going to do an intervention here or intervention there, but if we had a routine screening base, then we wouldn't miss people.
right. I think therefore you are also agreeing with Akeem that when they do that medical, there be a component on that standard form which looks at which does this kind of a cognitive or psychological, whatever you call it, assessment of these kids, so we can capture them.
There
Yeah.
is a doc, there is, but
There
I feel
is.
like maybe it's how it's done. Because usually we ask the parents or the parents fill it out. And as Cindy said, no parent probably wants to believe that, their child is gifted. So they ask questions like, okay, do your child suffer from any emotional trauma recently? And they give us some examples. Find that the child is overactive or get along well with friends. It does ask those screening questions. But I said, no, everything all right. So you as the physician, you're gonna take what the parent says. Sometimes
Right.
the child even tell you. I had a child like that who say, yeah, I always like he said he's always hyperactive and stuff. And I was like, okay, so this is the first yes I'm getting all day. What do I do now? And I was like, okay, I tick it and everything, and I made comments on the medical form. But when it goes back to the school, who looks at it? Do they actually
Exactly.
look at it?
Right.
To
Right.
actually, I gave him a referral still, but I don't know,
Yeah.
if he would have got. But I made note under the comments on the medical form. But are the teachers or are I know the principal not looking at it. Are the teachers or the guidance counselor looking at these
Right.
forms when they come in to say, oh, Dr. said this
They
person
already
need
have that.
glasses, this person need special, might have special needs or ADHD. So
Mhm.
that's also an issue.
Maybe what needs to, well, that's added work for the doctors to just send a note to say, pay attention to this, that. But that's added work, especially, the beginning of the term when you have so many medicals to do. Thank you. Akeem is saying maybe instead of a surrogate assessment, an evidence-based assessment screening tool, the assessing doctor can use to directly assess the child. Yes. Blake.
Yes, mate, that was something I was about to say. The way the question is structured on the form is not really a diagnostic assessment. The way it is asked would not allow you to make a diagnosis for that child.
Okay.
Because it's more like a broad question that you're asking the parent. And I find that sometimes, Jamie, we assume that the parent is knowledgeable enough to answer that particular question. But when you break it down differently, the parent may be able to answer the question and give you the answers that you need. So I have a
Okay.
problem with the two questions on the paper. Two
Mhm.
questions on the paper that we use.
All
'Cause
right. So,
I think we are missing people based on how the two questions are structured.
and so being Minister of Education for a day, you're going to be collaborating with the Minister of Health, yes, to work on that paper, right? So, class, these are things that you can do. These are things, suggestions that you can make, and you have the rationale why, or the rationale for the modifications on these forms. This is something that can be put forth,
But Miss,
Yes.
school health assessments are done. As everyone said, I agree with the points that everyone made as well. But it could be a breakdown in our reporting and follow-up system as well. Because some of these issues would have been identified. You identify during your child assessment and you ask, and you let the parent know, okay, this is what you're observing, this is what you're seeing. You refer to the necessary personnel. But when does the follow-up come to make sure that they go to the speech therapist? If you agree, or you enroll them in a therapy group, the enrollment. And then sometimes we don't see these persons, or they may choose not to come back because they don't want to hear about your
Yes.
assessment and your diagnosis. So some of them fall through the cracks. They would withdraw. Some would take his suggestions, but then where do we report it for a national base where we could do follow-ups to the necessary professionals to do? Is
And
it that we just do thing, or there need to be closer working relationships with the health centers? And then we're talking about giving them the training after the fact. But what about regular training school for teachers? Why not
right,
implement that as part of the program?
introducing some, but then you have the specialized
Yeah, yes.
teacher. And remember, was it I don't remember if it's Daniel or Akeem who mentioned a registry. Importantly, having that registry and knowing
Actually,
where networking comes in, how important networking will be here. Because after these children have been identified and they're flagged and they're included in the registry, where does maternal child health comes in? Where does the community health aides, the ones who are going to go out there to follow up? Where does the social worker come in here to say, all right, these are some children with special needs. These are some dedicated social workers now. This is their responsibilities to go find these children to follow up with these kids, so on and so forth, to deal with parents. You see, so this is how all of this would come together, Cindy. So there's a breakdown. There's not even a breakdown. This kind of structure is not in place. And this is something that I am beseeching you. Yes, think about it. Think about it. Yes, when you go back and you're in your high places, think about it. All right. Thank you so much for that input, ministers. Good. So the family and community support. Parents must balance nurturing talents. Some parents really don't have the skill set. They don't know how to. And so parenting classes, just helping those parents. So these special needs, this cadre of special needs practitioners, I want to call them, for want of a better term, they not only will be working with these gifted kids or students who have other needs, but they have to be working with parents to also empower them. Yes, teaching them certain skill sets, how to deal with their kids, I think, so parents balancing nurturing talents with ensuring social emotional stability. Yeah. That's like I would want to say rhetorical question. I was going to ask about risk for caregivers. We know about caregiver burnout. We similar to teachers just being overwhelmed and just breaking down. Parents too. Who was it who said they can't wait for their kids to go to school? A lot of parents just can't deal with the children, so they shut them off on teachers. And so I tell you, hats off to teachers, man. Hats off to teachers, especially teachers in the basic primary and high school levels. I don't know how they do it. They have to be cut out for this. Yeah, they have to love it to do it, because I'm telling you, all my years of teaching, and I've been teaching for a couple decades now, I've always taught adult learners, because I'm not so sure I could deal with those kids, believe me. Patience are the virtue, I wasn't blessed with. Daniel, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm not sure how much it maps onto community support, but it brings my mind to a situation that is currently ongoing, especially in the western side of Jamaica, Montego Bay. It's a case where there was a speech pathologist that normally would be assisting, I want to say, some of these kids in terms of trying to develop speech, how to communicate, etc. But since Hurricane Melissa, they actually moved, and there's currently no speech pathologist out here. So that kind of really is, I want to say, damaging the community support, or I guess the resources that parents would have out here, because there's no fallback person or anything like that. They're just kind of left to fend. So yeah, community support, very important.
So when you say move, you mean the person moved out of area or migrated?
Person migrated, the speech pathologist, speech and language pathologist migrated, and I think the occupational therapist, I think, moved to Kingston. So
wow.
Yep.
So they're left with nothing basically in this regard.
Nope. And only persons who it is that considering coming out here, only sending out, I think, monthly, like notices to say that it is that they might come out there, but when it is they try to follow up, they say that, oh, there's not enough persons who are registering, so it's not feasible for them to come out. So it's just kind of very frustrating.
So what can be done here? Support group, people coming together and just lobbying, advocating. Is it finding a solution that therapist who has been moved elsewhere, can person broker an agreement for at least once per month? Now we also have online facilities. Can technology be used if persons are out of reach? I mean, have migrated to another country, just impress it upon them, and I don't know. Maybe we'd have to just start use up the technology, Zooming, find a classroom, find a place in the community where, they sit in front of this monitor or TV, and people just do the therapy that way. What do you think? Nicole, go ahead, please.
Was also saying that the cost is very prohibitive
Yeah.
in terms of accessing. So I don't know if the government wants to, whether it's through NHF or Jamaica Council for Disability, if it can be, the cost can be subsidized. Because I know a lot of parents who want for their child to go to speech therapy, but they're just never going to be able to afford it. Or if they're
Right.
going to be able to, they may only be able for the child to go every other month rather than every month, rather than every 2 weeks, because
Right.
of how much it costs. So that's something we could consider, since we don't have the cadre presently in the public sector, if it's something that we want to subsidize.
That
Or
would be.
Oh.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Or Nicole, what I was thinking too, maybe it's one of the specialties that Barry Winter or other scholarships should also focus on, maybe roll it out in after the 3-year pilot or something, to say, okay, we want speech therapists, because not only for the kids, even persons who has CVA and has slurred speech after, occupational therapist, speech therapist, along with we already have physiotherapists. So invest in more physiotherapists, but persons who also need speech and occupational therapy, and send persons to go to school for it.
Yep.
I don't know if the program is offered here. Perhaps it should be. I don't know.
So
Maybe.
remember the suggestion, building that cadre, persons having those skill sets and bonding them. That part is there, because you need to bond them, because if you don't bond them, other countries are just going to come and take them from you.
Yes, ma'am. But Barry went automatically, once you get that scholarship, you're bonded for at
You're
least 3
bonded.
years.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you. I didn't know that, Vanessa. Thank you so much for that information. All right, great. Good going. Good going, class. All right, so family and community support is needed. And remember what I said earlier, honestly, find ways how technology can aid in all of this if distance is an issue. So community programs and advocacy help integrate gifted education in the broader cultural context, inherent in what we were discussing. That's there. Okay. Now I'm winding down. This lesson is winding down to look at some public health implications, it says here. And we've mentioned some of them. Yes. Gifted children with special needs, I think they're called twice exceptional too. So they're gifted, but they have other special needs. Unique public health challenges. Because, all right, let me ask you, what are some of those public health challenges that you see? It's here, but just let's expound on these 3 bulleted points which are here. There is in the chat, let me see this new. All right. So Blake is saying, for the situation that Daniel posed, it sounds as though communication between potential client stakeholders in the community and the occupational or speech therapist is poor. Possibly, if there were a more developed and interconnected association for those with disabilities in the West, then the points of contact could be minimized. This could lead to a better communication between volunteers, therapists, and those in need.
So Dr. Harris now saying that so people wouldn't promise to go down to the West and then all of a sudden cancel because they thought nobody needed the service when people are actually in need.
Is that so? Let me get a time frame in terms of a timeline, Akeem. Was it or is it Danielle? Is it after Melissa or before Melissa this happened?
After Melissa.
So it's so you see there, Blake. If it's after Melissa, I feel like just the devastation down there could have been, the straw that broke the camel's back. I guess strained resources and all of that, and they helping out. But here comes Melissa, and people are dislocated, and so this dislocation, it appears, might have also impacted these professionals. Is that so, Daniel? I don't know. I'm just assuming.
I think so based on what it is I hear, but I think there is still merit to Wasimi's point in that it never sounded like it is that there's like a structured body or like an actual representational body for, I want to say, this community. So that could also be something to look at. So when it is that you are trying to lobby, air quotes, for resources, at least it's the case where this is done uniformly as opposed to, I don't know, 5 people messaging you throughout the day to tell you say it is that the same issue happening.
Right, right. Yeah. So if at all anybody, advocate for speech therapists or occupational therapists or just this group of therapists who work with people with special needs, it has to be more structured and things have to be put in place in terms of even an incentive. I know not everything will be extrinsic in terms of they might not be able to fully pay them, but if this is part of outreach, say, and these persons are volunteering, although they are volunteering, could it be that at least, transportation cost is expensive, and if they're going to leave from one area to the next town or say to go, to the other town down there in the west, is there an incentive for them to go apart from the intrinsic satisfaction they get from doing this? Yeah. It is because it had been there already, because it was done already. I think the foundation is already laid. One of the things I find that we lack is just documentation. The processes, what was happening then when these persons you used to do what they do. Hopefully, there are documentation that whoever wants to revive this venture, there's something to work on. If a proposal is to be written, if a proposal is to be sent to the powers that be to restart something in a structured way, you have some information, you have data there to say, this went on for 10 years. These are some, this many persons were seen over that time, and the kind of need differentiated by, I don't know, probably disaggregated by sex and the different kinds of needs, something of the sort. Yeah, hopefully that kind of information is there and people can build on that or build on those things. All right, thank you. Thank you for that. As I said, we are winding down and we are now looking at the public health implications, the mental health risks. Misdiagnosis and the stigma. We mentioned the stigma. Oh, the stigma is not going anywhere. Parents don't want their children to be stigmatized or stereotyped or even discriminated against because, people don't understand the difference between a cognitive delay or mental illness and so on. So giftedness can hide learning disabilities like ADHD or autism, leading to delayed support. Misunderstanding often results in anxiety, depression, and behavioral issues for many of those kids. So sometimes the children who we think are just bad and they're disruptive, they get bored, we learn, we know that. Educational intensity, we touched on that earlier, as many gifted children experience this heightened sensitivity, which increases vulnerability to stress and social isolation. Sometimes we don't even understand how just the senses are impacted where these children are concerned. I remember a colleague just saying her child, just the sound of certain words, he doesn't pronounce certain words because the sound of it irritates him. That's how sensitive some of these kids are. Yeah. And so they isolate and they stress, but he's good at everything else except certain words, using certain words. And the educational inequities. Underachievement. So because without tailored support, these kids who are twice exceptional, as we said before, can disengage, and so contributing to dropout risk and wasted potential. And like I said earlier, sometimes the potential is not wasted, but it's channeled in the wrong way. And so we have certain social ills in society, some propagated by people who, if they had the kind of nurturing environment, would not have been the way that they are. Yeah. Resource strain. We were just talking about that a while ago, because without these tailored support that the children need, as we said before, the dropout risks and the lack in training or frameworks to identify and support learners, creating systemic gaps that spill into public health outcomes. Yeah. With regards to family and community impact, parental stress. Families often struggle to navigate fragmented systems. They don't know where to go. They don't even know how. Sometimes they don't know what resources are available. And so this can lead to burnout and definitely financial strain. Social exclusion. Because these children may be labeled as problematic. So rather than being supported, they're bullied, they're marginalized. And so these things do have long-term social disadvantage when you look at it. They have all these ideas that do not come to fruition because people just don't understand them. Nobody takes the time out to understand them. Family members are just so tired, they have no time for them. These are some children too who might be not just bullied, but might be abused within the homes. So domestic violence, child abuse, they're the ones who get a slap ever so often because, they're always doing something, pulling apart something, trying to fit it back together and stuff like that. And instead of seeing this as, a gifted child, they see this as a disruptive child, someone who deserves a slap because he's bad or she's bad. Right? So let me see what we have here. Oh, wow. So, no, that.
Miss, could you repeat some of the mental health risks that you mentioned earlier, please, in the notes? Sorry.
The misdiagnosis and stigma, where the giftedness can hide learning disabilities. And that was alluded to by one of our classmates. And so because these giftedness hide the learning disabilities, what you find is that they lead to delayed support. So the children do not get the support in a timely manner. Yeah, because they're so bright. So they're overlooking the other, behavioral aspects maybe. And misunderstanding often result in anxiety, depression, or behavioral issues. And then the second one on the mental health risk looked at the emotional intensity, where gifted children experience heightened sensitivity, which increases vulnerability to stress. And they sometimes voluntarily isolate themselves from mainstream because certain things impact them. Maybe the noise on the playing ground affect them. As I said before, I drew on a colleague whose child, just the sounding of particular words affect him. And so he doesn't pronounce certain words, or he shy away from doing that, even though he has a speech therapist, working with him. So those are the two under the mental health risk right there. And we did mention the educational inequities, the underachievement, and the resource strain. And for family and community impact, the parental stress and social exclusion, which may occur. So in closing, unmet needs, poorly supported children at a higher risk of unemployment, mental illness, and substance use in later life. And these are all long-term public health outcomes if these children are not captured at a particular stage of their life and the required intervention occurs. And so where equity is concerned, disparities in access to gifted educational and special need services can reinforce cycles of inequality, especially in those under-resourced communities. So this now brings us to the end of this session for today. Our next presenter should be, I'm looking to see if she's here. Dr. Samoya Henry Pierre-Louis. She's not here as yet. Oh, it's raining outside, class. It's raining on my roof. All right, so this brings us to these are our references, and I want to thank you. So, any discussion until Mrs. Pierre-Louis arrives? Let me see if there's a message here from her or not. No.
What I wanted to know, so with this understanding
Go ahead.
in terms of like misdiagnosing.
I missed part of what you were saying. Start over, Vanessa. I'm not even hearing you now. I'm not sure what's going on. Are you hearing me?
Are you hearing me now?
I'm hearing you now. I think my Wi-Fi is what's wobbly.
It's probably mine. I was saying, having with this knowledge now, right, that we just got,
Yes.
we recognize the gaps, especially in the public and private too, in the public sector, in terms of the needs. So recognizing the giftedness and the misdiagnosis that can happen, and really channeling these persons to the different areas that might be under-resourced as well.
Right.
What I want to know is, from a family health perspective, what low budget, or I want to see how, as public health practitioners, how we can find interventions that we can use from our end to kind of bring more light to it, whether through the CHAs, through the health education officers, through mainstream media from the ministry, when Child Month coming up in May, things like that. Like, what can we do with this knowledge now to kind of like put more light to it? Yeah. I don't know if I asked that properly, but
I think I get a gist of what you're saying, Vanessa. My thoughts on that, what can you do? Unless you are trained in certain, to intervene where special needs are concerned, what I think you can do would be to just coordinate some efforts. First of all, there need to be the educational aspect of it, the health education, just sharing with people, relaying to persons, the need to get their children tested if they see certain behaviors, right? If you are going to lobby persons to intervene, just impress upon them to volunteer their services. And I'm talking about persons now, the speech therapists, the occupational therapists, and all the therapists who would work with persons who have special needs. If you're going to impress upon them to volunteer their services, what's the need out there? So I'm thinking that you would have to come with some evidence-based information. So that assessment, that survey needs to be done. So you say, all right, I work in St. Catherine, and within that community, I work at this particular health center. Just narrow it down. I work in this particular health center, and for the month of March or the month of February, I saw this many persons coming in who appear to have these kind of challenges. And so you're saying, based on that, it could be just the tip of the iceberg right there. We don't know how many more persons in that community might have such needs. So, yes, evidence-based information, whatever little bit of data you may garner. And so when you write that proposal, asking persons to intervene, then you have something that you can give to them to build your rationale on also, and to impress upon them the public health implications if these kids, aren't, if there's no intervention for these kids. So that's what I see you can do from that public health perspective, the educational aspect, acting as a broker between those persons who have the requisite skills to intervene and those persons who need the intervention. But you can't do it alone. And that is why I keep saying, you have to network with it. It has to be multidisciplinary. Network with other persons. You might not be able to go out there and do the assessment, not just the assessment, but the gather the data that you need. You work with other people in the health center too, those maternal child health people who can observe and see and know. Maybe you're not there on a day and somebody comes in and you say, well, these persons I'm seeing with this kind of need. Yeah. And if you have a heart for it, you go get some training where you can help. You can volunteer your services, and when you do so, you know that there's some competence there when you intervene. Make sense?
Yes, miss.
Anybody else wants to add to what I've just said based on the question that Vanessa asked? But Vanessa, you probably have some thoughts yourself as to what you could do, because the fact that you asked the question suggests to me that you're thinking about this. What are your thoughts on it?
No, I was just thinking, because I'm saying, okay, we'll learn this now, but when we go back into our settings, what can we do, with this information? Like whether at the school medicals, whether in the mornings when you give the talks. I was just, thinking. So I wanted to hear, from your, your experience and your expertise, like what we could do.
All right. Okay. Thank you for that. You see, my fear, well, it's not a fear, but really it's a concern. You see, sometimes we do studies, you do your papers, you do your research, and very good research, and it's just there on the shelf or the shelves gathering dust. Nothing is done with it. You do it to acquire particular certification, and when you get that certification, it's almost business as usual, because the certification is really for upward mobility and promotional aims. But what else do you do with all this knowledge that you are garnering? Will it be things just remain the same? Yes, you are now, and you have an MPH, you have a Master of Public Health in addition to whatever profession you're in. But will it be just the usual? What do you plan to do? Yes. What was your rationale even for entering a Master of Public Health program? What was it, just for promotional reasons? That's a very good question you asked there, Vanessa. And I'm throwing it out to you, class. What will you do with your MPH apart from promotions? We know, and that's okay with me. What else do you plan to do with all this knowledge that you're learning? Silence. Are you hearing me, or am I just talking to myself?
We're hearing this.
you.
You never thought about it, you're just thinking about it now. You're processing what the question, eh?
No. I was giving other people a chance to speak.
Go ahead and speak, Vanessa.
Um,
I mean, Nicole,
well,
sorry.
so in terms of primary health care reform, that is my main aim at this point in terms of what we offer as services and the additional things that we can do, especially in terms of prevention and health promotion. I
Right.
think if people are empowered, that's what I've seen. So everybody in the class is tired of me and my HIV program, but there are lessons that we've learned that can be translated to other programs, especially
Right.
focus on empowering patients and ensuring that they know. For instance, you would meet a patient who is HIV positive and they can tell you what a viral load is, they can tell you what a CD4 is, they can tell you what it's supposed to be. If you ask them what undetectable is, they can tell you because there is a concerted effort to ensure that every single patient gets that. They can tell you what the medication is for, they can tell you those things. And that's because within the program, you have like an adherence counselor who goes through with each patient and help them to identify what are the strategies to make sure that you're compliant and gives them this background information so the patient knows the why of why am I taking this medication? How does it help me? That kind of a thing. So when I look at primary care reform, I'm looking at that end in terms of health promotion and prevention. And then, of course, I feel like if you get primary care right, we're good.
Yeah.
Any
Yeah.
day we get primary care right, we're good.
Some the burden of the health burden would be lessened to some extent. But do you recognize though the therapeutic value to this kind of health education, Nicole? When you're mentioning some of those persons living with HIV who can give you all this kind of information. They understand what the viral load is, so on and so forth. What therapeutic values you think are inherent in that?
Well, it's for me many times it's almost like you become positive and you had no control over that
Right.
situation. Yes, in some instances you can blame yourself, which many patients do, but I think the information is almost like I can take control of this situation. This is what I can change, this is what I can manage, this is the direction I can go, and I think that helps the patients. The
And that's
fact that they have this information that allows them to take some amount of control over what is happening with them and the direction that they want to go.
all right. So I am hearing this enhanced sense of efficacy on part of the patient, knowing that they know and they understand why this is happening or that is happening and why they need to take the medication, and if they don't, what the implications are, so on and so forth. And for me, Nicole, I said it the last time, that for me is a height of empowerment. It's not just you impressing, oh, take your medication, when people understand why. So when I talk about the therapeutic value of education, enveloped in that is what you have just said. And I thank you so much for that. Yes, I think if we get primary health care right, we are on our way. We are on our way. Anybody else wants to say? So Nicole knows what she's about and what her aim is. Anybody else wants to share?
Just want to say that one thing that's not really taken into account is what happened to special needs kids when they turn into adults. Because my brother is severely autistic. This year he turns 21 and he'll be kicked out of school. There's not really much options for us after that.
So he's severely autistic, Jade. Do you pronounce it Jade?
Yes, Jody.
Yes. Has he any special gifts that could have been built on?
He loves to swim, but that's about it. And we have tried different therapies, and a lot of them have given up on him or said don't carry him back
Why
because
is that?
because he acts out, and it's hard for I guess, people to manage him and the class, even with shadows. So
Right.
he has a shadow though.
That's a difficult one because again, as I said before, we are under-resourced. And when I say we, I mean as a country, we are under-resourced. And I try to identify what skills he's good at. He's good at swimming. Um, mm. And so when he swims, I don't know, is it that he feels more relaxed or he will act out because, he has no control over some of the acting out. That's a function of his impairment. But, at 20, that energy needs to be channeled somewhere. And I can see today that this now, the onus is with the family now to find ways for him to channel that kind of energy.
I'm thinking that my parents are getting older and he's getting stronger. So you try and get him to do things and he's just no, and then you fight it for it and damage, or throw a tantrum and break everything in his vicinity. We have tried music therapy, we have tried speech therapy, I've taken him to swim classes. When he was just diagnosed with autism at 2, we did the gluten-free diet and
Right.
take what do you know, supplement because it's a lack of this or a lack of that. My brother's gone to like 3 different special needs schools. We even had a at-home care person for him at one point.
Right. This is a question that I don't think I am even qualified to answer, Jody, because what can I tell you? Again, I look at resources, unlike some vulnerable populations where you have homes that cater to this kind of need. I'm not aware of any home. And I'm not talking about infirmaries, because places, sometimes they have such lack in for example, the infirmaries and so on. But home where you have persons where they can get the kind of attention, people who understand their needs and just cater to that need. So maybe, Jody, maybe here is an entrepreneurial idea. Dr. Henry's calling me. Just a minute, class. Hi, Samoya. Yes. Yeah, man, it's in there for Microsoft what? What? What is that? So when you all right, so when you go, you have a Zoom, you have Zoom on your all right. So did you type in the number? There is a number that you put in your browser when you go on to join meeting. All right, so when you're going to join meeting, you put in, and there's a password. I think I highlighted it in the email. Do that and tell me what happens. All right. All right. So sorry about that. So Jody, I was saying this is a difficult one for your family.
I feel like Jody is kind of reaching the point that I guess is the issue with respect to when it is that we're talking about persons with autism, neurodivergent folks in general, in that a lot of it kind of comes down into trying to see how can we really what their special interest is, and then trying to maneuver that into some kind of productive capacity, so to speak.
You said it perfectly.
Because, I mean, inherent to the framing in all of this, which is something it is, I guess, hopefully like successive generations will kind of get a better handle on, is that the framework for all of this is that it's very ableist, so to speak. These are disabled individuals, and rather than trying to create a world where it is that I guess we can better accommodate for the needs of the disabled, it is more so trying to displace the inefficiencies of the present system and individualize it to the disabled and say, what can they do individually so it is that they can become like the rest of us?
Yeah.
there is no, I don't want to say like, I'm not really gonna say that there's like a simple answer for Judith's specific dilemma. Um, I guess it's really just kind of like trying with him, and then seeing how best it is that like he can be comfortable while at the same time acknowledging and not trying to disregard your own needs in the same setup. Yeah.
But here where the strain comes in also, Danielle, the fact that as Jode says, her parents are not getting any younger. This man is 20 and they are strong sometimes. I imagine that Jode, her workload and other, responsibilities and roles that she has, she might not be able to help as best as she probably want to. What else is there? Yeah.
The
And so
adult, their metabolism is very efficient because at age 12, when he had to get stitches, they gave him an adult dose. I don't remember the name of the medication, and it did not drop him. And that was at 12.
Mhm.
So a pill that will put me to sleep in 10 minutes, my brother run through that.
Yeah. And that is why I'm saying when there is a lack, what do we do? What is it you do? And so I agree with Danielle. It really is a difficult time and there's no one solution to this. And I don't know. Persons out there who have, entrepreneurial leanings, maybe this is one venture that you could look at because and the venture I'm talking about is a home or even a daycare for other able persons. Yeah. Where you have persons who are skilled, people who are trained to deal with these individuals who have these special needs, and then you they pay to stay there. Somebody wants a little bit of reprieve or just to relax for a week or so, and they can say, all right, can we leave our loved one at your home for a week while we just get some respite care or something, Jody? I don't know how else to say. If you notice, I'm just struggling and just brainstorming here for you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
You're most welcomed.
I think it's a wider conversation though, because many times you have the similar issues with persons with mental illness that and you find that the parent is there, especially for mental illness where the patient is required to take medications and go to appointment. The
Right.
parent is there and they're doing their thing, and if at some point the parent is no longer able to do it, then no, it requires a sibling or somebody else to step up to take over, but that sibling may also have their own life to live and responsibilities, and
Exactly.
that becomes difficult. So it's something that we need to, I think it requires some kind of planning. So when he was 15 years old, we should have had a map that says we've identified this is what we're going to do, so that when you get to 21, we already have a structure and a plan somewhere. I don't know if our system has been, I don't think our system has been structured in that way, but that's something
No.
we ought to be doing with parents, sitting and saying, okay, he's going to become an adult, she's going to become an adult. What is going to happen? This is a plan that should be in place, and the resources for the family should be there. And I
Right. So
find it lacking in that,
yes,
definitely.
we are as a country, Nicole. But as I said before, if you notice, the onus is on the family here. So it's almost like the responsibility is shunted on the family. And so in hindsight, sometimes before you know it, this person is already a young adult, and has come home. The schools are no longer catering for him. So what do we do? The time just runs off. Yeah. And so if those plans, it's not too late. He's just 20, so it's not too late to begin to just brainstorm of ways and means to have him occupy his time in a meaningful, positive way, and in such a way too that the caregivers, including parents and other significant others, can sometimes get a breather. And that is why I'm saying, for people with mental health illness, I know there are some persons, or Prof. Abel, he has his group home. So there are a few resources which cater to those persons. When it comes to the other vulnerable population or subset of our population, the older adults, you have homes and daycares, elderly daycares, and so on. Yeah, but for persons now with these special needs of which we speak, I don't know of any such home, and I think this is a business idea right here. Thank you so much, class. Dr. Samoya Henry Pierre-Louis is here. I don't know, Samoya, your video looks like you're shrouded in something white.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Yes. Okay, well, this looks like Samoya. The other one looked like you have on a white veil. All right, so I have stopped sharing Dr. Henry Pierre-Louis, so you can upload your slide. I didn't ask for a short bio, so when you begin your presentation, I imagine you can let people know, give a short bio about yourself. Yeah, this looks much
I'm
better.
hoping this is better. I had to close all my windows and turn on the lights and all these things. All right.
Okay. All right. So, yes. So, welcome, Dr. You have a long surname, Dr. Henry Pierre-Louis.
You don't have to say all of it. Samoya is fine. Dr. Henry, whatever. You don't have to say. I blame my husband. I said you had one job, and he has so much last name, so I apologize for that.
Thank you so much for agreeing to be one of our presenters today.
Okay, no problem.
Like I said before, you can start sharing. The floor is all yours when you're ready.
Okay.
Yes. So today, class, Dr. Pierre-Louis will be looking at ethical principles when working with children exhibiting behavioral problems. So I'm going to exit the floor, Samoya, and
All right.
here.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Harrison. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are from. It's such a pleasure to be here and just to spend a few minutes to be able to speak with you on this very timely and important topic, ethical principles when working with children exhibiting behavioral problems. I'm going to confess, because I don't like to lie and I don't want Jesus to be upset with me. Based on the topic that I received, my presentation is a little bit more general.
Alas for dismissal. Melanie, alas for dismissal.
I apologize, I'm still at the office. My presentation is a little bit more general, and I said to myself, Samoya, it says special needs, DOI, so I do apologize, but I also do believe that the information that I do have can certainly be applied to children who have special needs also. So Dr. Harrison, don't kill me. I do apologize about that. So just a little bit about myself.
Dismissal, Clamelli, for dismissal.
I apologize again. Just a little bit about who I am. I am a social worker. That's my profession. I'm a New York State licensed social worker and a certified school social worker. So I work in a middle school, the crazy, where nobody likes to work. ages about 11 to 14 years old. I work in a very low income community in Wyandanch, New York, predominantly children who are of Hispanic and African American background, very low income, high crime, high behavioral problems, what I like to say, hot mess plus tax, right? But I give God thanks. I wouldn't have it any other way. I wouldn't want to work anywhere else. I also coordinate the social work program at the Jamaica Theological Seminary. So I oversee their bachelor's and master's program, and I also teach in that program as well. I also am a psychotherapist, so I do psychotherapy on the side. And I do many other things. I'm a little bit involved in the United Nations, predominantly in the education department, where we focus on addressing educational needs globally, especially in countries where there is a lot of war and crime and violence taking place. I have no kids. That's how I'm able to survive. I have a very understanding and wonderful husband. That's how I'm able to survive as well. And I just give God thanks for everything that He has done so far. And thank you again, Dr. Harrison, for allowing me to be here this afternoon. Okay, with all of that being said, let us jump into the topic ethical principles. Now, we oftentimes hear people talk about the children are our future. And if we can be honest with ourselves, sometimes I look at my wonderful students and I'm like, this is what I have to look forward to when I get old, because we see a lot of behavioral problems. We see a lot of behavioral challenges. It doesn't matter what profession you are in, right? How children were back then, it's very different right now. And sometimes I'm very concerned about what their future is going to look like, right? So anyone who has worked in the classroom, who have their own kids, right? Sometimes know that our future, they throw chairs and they cuss and they roll their eyes and they throw tantrums and they do all type of crazy stuff. But it still doesn't mean that we are not supposed to approach them and deal with them in an ethical way. And that's kind of what we are here to talk about. When I was preparing for this presentation, I kind of wanted to look at what's going on in Jamaica, and so I found these different news articles and realized, oh my Lord, there's a lot of stuff happening in Jamaica, happening in our schools, happening at home. Our children are displaying a lot of behavioral challenges, to the point that it's putting other people at risk. They have a lot of anger, they have a lot of challenges regulating their emotions and knowing how to calm down and deal with conflict, to the point that it's causing deaths and people are getting hurt. So these are just a few of some of the articles I was able to find, and there were many of them. There was a 17-year-old boy who was in custody after a deadly fight. Now, I used to go to Alpha. I don't know if anybody here knows the Convent of Mercy Academy Alpha. I went there for high school, and I've seen behavioral challenges. I know the kids who used to misbehave, and I've seen a few fights, but nothing that led to anybody dying or anybody in the hospital. So clearly,
Dismissal, Lewis for dismissal.
Things have changed and times have changed, and teachers and nurses and doctors and counselors and psychologists need to learn effective ways in how we can de-escalate and how we can deal and support children who have behavioral problems, because it is now becoming a matter of life or death. Has anybody heard of some of these events and things that has happened? Based on what you can see?
Keziah Goodman for dismissal. Keziah Goodman for dismissal.
I'm so sorry. Yes.
We don't have to apologize every time. We're just glad you're here. So yes,
Yes.
we know about these things, Dr. Henry. Yes.
Okay, excellent, excellent. Thank you. So, one of the things I wanted to first talk about is what exactly are challenging behaviors. Now, I hope I'm not aging myself when I show these movies, but if you can raise your hand or put it in the chat, has anybody seen any of these movies before?
All
Dennis
of
the
them.
All of
Menace,
them.
Problem
Yes.
Child, oh my gosh, I absolutely love these, right? And yes, these films, they kind of show children behaving in certain ways, and it's funny, and we laugh and like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. But it also reflects the real issues that parents and teachers and mental health professionals are dealing with on a daily basis, right? We see a lot of impulsive behaviors. Dennis is impulsive, and sometimes it leads to a lot of accidents. I can name a lot of students that I work with. They come into my office, they touch everything, they break things, right? We have sibling conflicts and attention-seeking behaviors. We have just pure disobedience and aggressive behaviors, and kids throwing tantrums and throwing objects, and they're testing boundaries. These are some of the challenging behaviors that we can see coming from children, right? And while these movies and films are meant to be humorous and entertaining, they also provide useful examples of behaviors that we as professionals must be able to address and respond to in an ethical way. And we have to do it from early, because when they get older and if they don't learn how to regulate and how to deal with conflict, we're going to start to end up seeing a lot more of these news articles showing up. All right. And that's why I say that this topic is very, very timely. So the important question, the key question is not a matter of why these children behaving badly. I think it's important for us to look at what is driving this behavior. What is causing children to behave a certain way, right? When we look at developmental stages, a lot of times we're so quick to label children as bad kids, or then they're not listening, they're disobedient. And we don't even stop to think, is this behavior expected because of their age? So if you are at a clinic, I remember in February, I was in Jamaica and I had to go to the doctor. And I'm not used to having to wait 3 and 4 hours just to see somebody, but I had to wait for 3 and 4 hours just to see the doctor. Now, can you imagine a 5-year-old having to sit down and wait for that long? If they start to misbehave, or if they start to throw a tantrum at 5 or at 4, that is somewhat expected, right? If they're waiting for so long, that type of behavior is expected. So we have to think about those things before we start to label, right? So what else are things that can drive behavior? Emotional distress, family stress, trauma, mental health issues, right? Including substance use. And I put that in there because that's a lot of what I'm encountering, even with middle school ages 11 to 14. Most of our kids are getting high, vaping, drinking, and it is contributing to a lot of behavioral problems, right? Sometimes they're experiencing poor parenting style. So there's not a lot of discipline at home. So they might behave in a certain way to seek attention, or they may have neurodevelopmental challenges such as ADHD. They might be on the autism spectrum, right? Or they might experience some kind of adverse childhood experiences. So a lot of these things can drive behavior. So we shouldn't be quick to label them. Why are these children behaving that way? But what is driving? What's the root cause? And once we can understand that, then we can know how to respond in an ethical way. And as I was preparing for this presentation, I thought about one of the most impactful and touching cases that I had to deal with. This was about maybe 2 or 3 years ago. We're just going to call her Sarah. Of course, this is not her real name, right? She was 11 years old in the 6th grade, and she had a lot of behavioral challenges. She was throwing desks and throwing chairs. She was throwing herself on the floor. This is not necessarily developmental, because we wouldn't expect somebody that age to be doing that. She had a lot of physical altercations with peers. She was disrespectful towards adults, and we couldn't quite figure out what was going on. Right. So I want us to keep this small piece of story in the back of our minds as we jump into some of those ethical principles and how they can be applied to the case of Sarah. And, yes, I had shown those newspaper clips of kids fighting and killing, and we may not always encounter anything as extreme and aggressive as those clips, right? But we will see other types of behaviors like throwing desks and throwing chairs and throwing a tantrum, and those being disrespectful, shutting down, not saying anything, rolling eyes, right? These are some things that we can expect to see. So what are some core ethical principles that we need to be mindful of when we are addressing challenging behaviors? And there are many of them, but I wanted to just highlight 4. Beneficence, non-maleficence, dignity and worth, and of course, competence. And with competence, there were 4 things that I had wanted to address. Okay, so don't forget the case of Sarah. At 11 years old, throwing desks and chairs, throwing a tantrum, constantly fighting with peers and getting into altercations with them, and is disrespectful towards adults. And we're thinking of how can we apply some of those ethical principles to support somebody with behavioral challenges like Sarah. So we talk about beneficence, we talk about acting in the benefit of the client, acting in a way that will promote the client's welfare. So ensuring that we're doing something that is going to be good for the client. We're acting in the best interest for them, right? And so we have to see behavior as a way of communication. We cannot be quick to judge, because if we're quick to judge, we misinterpret, and then we will respond in a way that is not to the benefit of the client. So we need to talk about what is this behavior trying to tell us, right? Is the child overwhelmed? Is the child hurt? Does the child feel unsafe, right? What is happening? And many behaviors are actually expressions of unmet needs or trauma. And we'll talk a little bit about that as well. What's driving that behavior? And when we go back to the case of Sarah, one day I was in my office after work, and Sarah ran away from home and she ran to school. And she came to my office and she said, "Dr. Henry, I cannot go back home anymore." And I said, "What's going on?" And that's when she revealed that her 60-something-year-old uncle has been sexually assaulting her. Her parents are treating her badly. She's been getting bullied in school and all these things. And like a light bulb, it just clicked. This explains some of these challenging behaviors, right? So we have to see behavior as communication. There's something that is driving that behavior. Go ahead, please.
Doctor, sorry, I wanted to
Yes.
ask you a question. All right, so since she had some self-seeking behaviors, how do you know that what she told you was the truth? Because sometimes children do make up, stories to get additional attention. So what did you guys do to really find out if it was really the truth?
Well, in this specific case, we had to do an investigation. If any student comes to me making statements about being hurt or anything like that, I always take it as if it is true, right? But because of the behaviors and how extreme they were, it only made sense. It only made sense that something must have been going on why she was behaving the way that she was. And so when after she had explained everything, of course, I had to call Child Protective Services. I think you guys call it CPFSA in Jamaica, right? And we also have what we call Victims Support Units, yes. And they had to come, the police officers came, they went to the house, the uncle confessed, he was arrested and sent to jail, you know. So I can't assume that the child is lying, and you're absolutely right. Sometimes they do make up things and they make excuses, but in this particular case, it made sense. It was like a light bulb that just turned on. Okay, I can see why we've been having some of these challenges, because you have been experiencing a lot of trauma. And we're going to talk about how trauma impacts the brain and how does that impact behavior. Okay. I hope I
Thank you.
answered
Yeah,
your
you
question.
did. Thank
Yes.
you.
Okay, perfect. Excellent. So in beneficence, what does that mean in terms of how we intervene and deal with behaviors? We have to create a safe space. Don't forget, it means doing good and acting in the best interest of the child. We're trying to promote the child's well-being, right? We're not just trying to stop behavior, we're trying to promote their well-being. So we have to create a safe space where the child feels comfortable in terms of sharing what is going on, in terms of trusting you to help them to regulate and calm down. If they don't trust you, if they don't feel safe, then they're not going to be able to regulate their emotions and be ready to address their behaviors. All right, so we want to create a safe space. We have to use a trauma-informed approach, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that very soon. We also have to teach coping skills. We spend a lot of time telling our clients and students and patients what not to do. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. But we don't tell them how to replace that behavior. So we have to teach the behavior that we want them to learn. We have to teach coping skills, and we have to teach the behavior that we want them to learn. We also have to advocate for our clients, right? And of course, implement any de-escalation skills that we need to implement, which we'll talk about as well very soon. So I have some examples here. A nurse in a pediatric unit notices a child becoming aggressive during a procedure. Instead of restraining the child, she may pause, explain the process, allow the child time to regulate. I can't tell you how important it is for mental health, especially healthcare providers, to kind of explain things before they jump and do. Give them a heads up. Allow the child to feel as if they're in some level of control, because we don't know what that child has experienced and if that child may have experienced some level of trauma. I can speak for myself as an adult and as a human being. When I go to the doctor, when I see a nurse, you can't just come and touch me. You have to tell me exactly what you're going to do. Is it going to hurt? That's my favorite question. Is it going to hurt? Right? Because I want to feel safe. Okay, a doctor notices a child who is constantly restless and disruptive. Instead of labeling the child as difficult, the doctor may screen for underlying challenges. So what else might be going on? The doctor might assess to see if there's any other issues that may need further interventions, okay? A psychologist working with a child who is aggressive won't just label the child as having no behavior, but may look at some of the psychosocial factors that might explain why this child is behaving that way. Okay, so we want to ensure that we're doing something that is acting in the best interest of the child. Now, non-maleficence has to do with do no harm. Because sometimes, guys, our actions can actually cause harm. And like I told you guys before, I'm a very honest person. I'm very blunt. And I'm not perfect. So on Friday, like I said, I work in a middle school. I work with tiny humans. That's what I call them, tiny humans. And I always have kids in my office wanting to talk to me, blah, blah, blah. If they're having behavioral challenges, they usually send them to me. On Friday, I had two separate students, one girl, one boy, one in the 6th grade, one in the 8th grade, and they refused to see me. They wouldn't talk to me on Friday, and they're constantly in my office. So I couldn't understand what happened, right? So when one of the students finally came to me, I said, "Why wouldn't you talk to me earlier? You were crying, you were upset, and you said you didn't want to speak to Dr. Henry." And he said to me, "Dr. Henry, last week you told me to leave you alone because I was being rude." And I'm like, when did I say that? So he was being disrespectful. He was yelling at me, and out of frustration, I told him to leave my office and leave me alone. And when he actually needed help, when he was in crisis, he refused to talk to me, right? That did harm. That did harm to the therapeutic relationship that we were able to establish. Right? And when he needed help, he didn't feel safe to come to the place that he's supposed to come to get support. And to make it worse, and I'm confessing, I hope this thing is not being recorded, Dr. Harrison, to make it worse, a second student said the same thing. I had taken her with her mother to get a psychiatric evaluation, and she was being so rude to her mom. And that I got so upset, and I said, "I'm not talking to you anymore." And when she needed help, she didn't come to me. And she said, "Dr. Henry, you told me that you're not talking to me anymore." And I had to reflect, like, girl, what are you doing? You got to get it together, right? Because I am causing harm. So I had to apologize to both of them. Right. And I said, of course, sometimes parents get upset and they might say things, but they still care for you. But I had to reassure them that this is a safe space and you can always come and speak to me. And I'm saying this not to say I'm a bad social worker, because I'm not. But even just as a human being, we might say things and not even realize the harm that it is causing. Right? So we have to ensure that we are careful of our actions. We're careful of our words and what we say to our children, because they are listening and it can actually cause harm. Right? So we have to be intentional. We have to be intentional about not making things worse. We have to avoid harmful labels, avoid public shame. Caribbean people love to do that, shame our kids in public, avoid overly harsh punishments, and don't ignore warning signs. Okay? So non-maleficence, it challenges us to pause and ask, could my response make this situation worse? Am I protecting the child's dignity? Am I reacting? Or am I responding in a thoughtful way? And sometimes, just as human beings, we're overwhelmed. We have so many things happening, and the child is just not behaving. The child is driving you crazy, and we just say things. But sometimes it can cause harm. Do we have any questions so far? Okay. Can anybody relate to anything I just said, or am I the only person who is a hot mess here?
No, doctor. I was listening to what you were saying, and I was thinking to myself, sometimes you even like say these things unconsciously,
Mm-hmm.
or if you're saying it, like you're saying it to them to with the hope that maybe they'll respond in a different way, to say, "Okay,
Yeah.
I'm not talking to you right now," with the
Yep.
hope that they would say, "Oh no, I want to talk,"
Right,
but then they
right.
can take it the 360.
Girl, exactly.
But I don't know. I'm here thinking, how do you know consciously or intentionally like regulate? Because it's two separate scenarios, Um,
Two separate kids and the
two
same
separate
outcome.
children,
Oh my
exactly.
gosh.
So
Yeah.
because even with your own children, you could say these things. Say, okay, you're
Mhm.
being rude right now. Go in the noisy
Yes.
corner. I don't want
Mm-hmm.
to see your face.
Yeah.
Jamaican people say that. Well, they might not say it so nice, but
Right.
but the
Right.
kids may interpret it similarly to that too.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. And we have to think about, are we trying to express frustration, or are we trying to communicate something that will allow growth for the child? A lot of times we say things because we're angry, and in the end, it only makes us feel better. But it doesn't help the child. The child hasn't learned. The child hasn't grown, right? So it requires a lot of self-awareness, a lot of emotional regulation, even as the adult, and it requires us to be intentional. Because when I was saying this to the two kids, honestly, I was saying it out of frustration. One, because I do have that rapport with my students. So I felt comfortable. We've been working together for a very long time. We have that type of relationship. But I didn't realize that me saying those things would have caused harm. And that's something that I had to learn very quickly. Go ahead, Dr. Harrison.
All right. So you know something, Dr. Henry, it just brought back something that happened years ago that I want to share. And it brought tears to my eyes. My younger son,
Mm,
young adult, I remember when he was in prep school, he did something and I was so upset. And I
mm,
don't recall saying, but I think I probably called him an idiot or something. I
mhm.
don't recall saying it, but I
You have
remember
no sense, yes.
when that there was a book through the Ministry of Education, I think Children Have Rights Too. And I remember
Mm,
he got one of those books and he read it. And I was in the kitchen doing the dishes and he came to me and said, Mom, this is saying we have rights to, and you should not have spoken to me like that. And I said, what are you talking about? And he said, you called
Yep.
me an idiot. And I said, I called you an idiot. When did I call you an idiot? He said, "Yes, Mom, you did." I said,
yeah.
are you sure I didn't say you're idiotic? Or I said, no, Mom, you said you're an idiot.
Wow.
Yes, let me
And
tell you,
he held on
here
to that. Oh
and
my
here it is. I
gosh.
am somebody who teaches, that somebody who
Yep.
was counseling, somebody who would have given the rap to another parent to send
Yep.
a child, and it brought tears to my eyes, class. It brought tears to my
Yeah.
eyes. Then I apologized to my son and I said to him,
Mm,
it will never happen again, Mommy shouldn't have.
mm.
I am so sorry. But it really, so you confessing it, I'm saying it as
Yes.
trained as we are sometimes,
Yes. We are human
it
beings. Yeah.
thank you for the time. Yes.
No, thank you. Thank you so much, Doc. Absolutely. And like I said, it requires a lot of self-awareness and for us to be intentional, because we are unconsciously causing a lot of harm to our children. I can't tell you how many kids who I've spoken to where mommy said she doesn't want me, mommy said she's gonna send me back. And I know the parents don't mean it. I know they're just saying it out of anger, but the kids really hold on to it, and those things does drive behavior. It really does. Go ahead, Cindy.
I sit and I listen, and I have kids.
Mm.
Um, my youngest, I had like 4-year-old twins, male and
Oh,
female. So they have like completely opposite personalities that
hmm.
is sometimes hard. And you say we have to be intentional. I don't, how can we be intentional when life just be lifing? And at the moment you're frustrated, you're feeling
Hmm.
overwhelmed, and the slightest thing make you snap.
Hmm.
And sometimes you say things, and Caribbean parents, we don't really talk too nice when
Hmm.
we're speaking. And then, as you say, we have to be aware. And then sometimes I have to pedal back, and I try not to be overwhelmed at times. Like in my responses, I would just um prefer, but sometimes they come out harsher than you intend.
Hmm. Hmm.
And then
Yeah.
sometimes you have to say it's important for us
Yeah,
to apologize to our children and to tell them that you are wrong,
absolutely.
you're sorry, and
Hmm.
then we have a discussion. Um,
Absolutely.
and then sometimes you beat them and all. You
Yeah.
get, and then you go back now, and then you feel so bad, and then you have to
You're
sit down and
supposed to beat
explain
them
to them
silly.
why you
Right?
beat them.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
and and try to. Well, we had discussion now after the licks.
yeah, but I am not against corporal punishment at all. The only thing I will caution us to do is to ensure that when we are throwing those licks, it's not to get the frustration out of us, but it is to correct behavior. And then coupled with that is to teach the behavior that we want the kids to learn. Because if parents were to confess, they just lick the pit in them because they're so angry and they just boop 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 boop, and that's it. Nothing comes after that, and that just becomes abuse, right? So
That's where put up licks
right.
come in. When your grandmother tell you, I putting up the licks, I think I forget you from last time.
Right? Oh Lord, we're all living the same life. Yes, but anyway, just for the purpose of time, I am going to move forward very quickly. Almost done. Bear with me, please. So the next ethical principle is understanding and recognizing the dignity and worth of all children. Right? And this I know comes from social work for sure. This is an ethical principle for us, the dignity and worth of all people. Every child has value, every child deserves respect. And I don't think adults realize that. Oh, children must be seen and not heard and all that foolishness. Children deserve respect. And we have to model the behavior that we expect our children to display. So if we want them to show respect, we have to give respect also. And every child deserves to be treated with care, regardless of their behavior. And I'm going to confess again, I apologize. We all have those patients, those clients, those students that we work with, just like, if you didn't come to school today, I won't be sad. You know, if you didn't come to clinic today, I won't, because sometimes they just know how to jump on your reserved nerves, right? But they're still deserving of your care and your respect, regardless of how they behave. As a matter of fact, they deserve it even more, right? Because we know that behavior comes from somewhere. Okay, so respecting dignity and worth, it means using respectable language towards our children, and we would have talked a little bit about that. Separating the child from the behavior. Don't label the child. You're separating the child from the behavior. You're listening to their voice, listening to their perspective. It's not to justify their behavior or to allow them to give an excuse, but they have a right to be heard as well. And you listen, you validate their feelings, and then you can go ahead and explain why why you had to punish, or why the behavior was not correct. All right. And then you want to be culturally respectful as well. Okay. If we don't display dignity and worth, it will impact their self-esteem. It will impact their identity. It will impact their belief of who they are. And they might begin to think that they are just a problem. They are a problem, right? I've had a lot of students with severe behavioral challenges who have attempted suicide, right? Who have had thoughts of wanting to kill themselves because, oh, if I wasn't here anymore, I wouldn't be a problem to my parents, right? And they're hearing these things from whom? You know, yes, they are a hot mess. Yes, they have behavioral challenges, but that can be addressed if we do it in an ethical manner. So we have to ensure that we treat them with dignity and worth. All right. And the last ethical principle is competence. As healthcare professionals, we must know what we're doing, right? We must be competent. We must have the knowledge, the skills, the training to effectively support children, right? So whether we're doing trauma-informed practice, whether we're working in a way that's culturally competent, whether we're implementing behavioral management skills, or we're using specific theories and frameworks such as MTSS, which we'll talk about soon, we have to know what we're doing. They're coming to us as the experts in the field, right? And if we are working with children with behavioral challenges and we don't know what we're doing, we don't have the proper competence, and that can cause harm to the children, right? And we can miss the underlying issues. We can miss the root cause. It will lead to inappropriate interventions, right? And the child is the only person that's going to be harmed from that. So this might also mean that if you know that you don't really have a lot of skill set in working with kids, especially those with behavioral challenges, and continue to do things like this, where you are being intentional in getting information, doing workshops and trainings and readings to build your skill set. So let's break down competence into these 4 main areas that I want to talk about: trauma-informed practice, cultural competence, behavior management, and MTSS. All right. When we talk about trauma, we know that in Jamaica, in the Caribbean, it's very prevalent, right? There's 1 out of 4 girls, 1 out of 9 who experience sexual violence, 1 out of 3 who experience emotional and or physical violence. That's a lot. That's a lot of tiny humans going through trauma, and we know that trauma can impact behavior. The data speaks for itself, right? Trauma can be a huge factor in behavioral challenges. When you, and I try to get all medical and stuff because I know I have a lot of medical professionals here, so please bear with me. I hope you guys note my Family Guy thing. I'm not a doctor, but I'll do my best to kind of explain this part, right? Trauma, such as neglect, these things can impact brain development. And we know that what's going on in the brain plays a huge role in some of the behaviors that we see, right? So trauma does impact development of the brain. If you look at this picture, you see a normal brain of a 3-year-old, and then you see a brain of somebody who has experienced severe neglect, right? And we see that the brain is smaller, right? There's certain structures of the brain, like the prefrontal cortex. Those things are smaller also, and that can impact your executive functioning. It can impact your emotional regulation, how you manage your emotions, right? How you calm down, how you deal with conflict, how you socialize with people. All of those things can be as a result of an impaired brain. All right. So trauma does impact the brain, and that can impact behavior. All right. But what does trauma-informed practice or care look like? 1, it means creating a physical and emotional safety. In your offices, wherever you work, whether you are at a clinic, at a hospital, at a school, or even just at home, is your safe space? Is your space safe, right? Do you use a calm tone of voice when you're speaking with children, even when they're acting up and going on? Sometimes we feel that we have to yell and go above them. You don't have to do that, right? You can avoid yelling, avoid sudden movements, explain procedures before doing them. These are some ways in which we can create that physical and emotional safety. And I, like I said before, when I go to any clinic or anything like that, I get very anxious. I get very nervous. And when I have doctors who tell me, okay, Samoya, first I'm going to X, then I'm going to Y. It helps me to regulate. I feel calmer. Okay, so a nurse might say, I'm going to check your arm now. It might feel a bit cold. Is that okay? So they can anticipate that there's something that's going to be touching me that's going to be cold, right? Doctor might say, do you want me to check your ears first or your heart first? So giving them that sense of control, right? These are things that are important when working with children, especially those who have experienced trauma. And because the prevalence is so high in Jamaica, 1 in 3 and 1 in 9 and 1 in 4, that's a lot of kids. We can almost assume that most of the children that you encounter will be someone that has experienced some type of trauma. And so we have to utilize a trauma-informed approach. Trauma-informed also means ensuring that we co-regulate before we expect the child to self-regulate. So you can't be hollering and whooping and going on, calm down, stop it, sit down. And you are not regulated, but you want the child to regulate themselves. Regulate together. Help the child to calm down. Sometimes when I have a child who's throwing a tantrum, I like to ask them for their hands and I touch their hands so they can feel something, right? Or I have lots of fidget toys everywhere, something that's sensory, something that they can touch and they can hold on to. Or I say, look at me. We're going to take a deep breath in and out. And I keep doing it until they can follow me and help them to calm down. So we're doing it together. But if you're hollering and whooping and going on, then that's not going to help them to calm down. So you want to co-regulate before you can expect them to self-regulate. A social worker might say, I see that you're upset. Let's take a minute together. Let's do this together. All right. Any questions so far? Okay. One of the things that I did want to mention, which I think is very important for us to know, especially when we're trying to regulate and calm down with behavioral issues and challenges, is understanding the nervous system. And my friend who was talking about sometimes she gets upset and and doesn't even think about what's happening. She's just talking out of anger. I think this is where it's important for us to be mindful of what's going on in the nervous system. And there is a theory called the polyvagal theory, right? And it explains how the nervous system responds to stress, danger, and safety, and why people behave the way they do when they feel overwhelmed. Once again, thinking about what drives behavior, thinking about the number of children who have experienced a lot of trauma, right? So the body is exposed to a lot of cortisol, a lot of stress hormones. It's always in that state of fight or flight. It is sensitive, right? It's always thinking there's danger, there is threat, right? So how does the nervous system respond to stress, danger, and safety? That's the polyvagal theory. And this theory talks about 3 states of the nervous system. The ventral vagal, which is that state where we feel calm, we're engaged, we're chilling, right? We feel a sense of safety, we feel a sense of connection. And the more activity that's happening in that ventral vagal nerve, the more emotionally regulated the children are. The more activity that's happening in that ventral vagal nerve, the calmer and regulated we are, and the less behavioral challenges we are going to see. But there's also the sympathetic part of the nervous system. This is when we're in that fight or flight, our heart is racing, our blood pressure is up, our cheeks are flushed, all these things are happening, right? And this system arouses our bodies to respond by mobilizing us to move when we're in a dangerous situation. So think about a child who is always in that state of fight or flight because of whatever psychosocial issues going on, whatever trauma they might have been through. Think of them always needing to be moving. They're feeling anxious, they're feeling restless, they're angry, they're on edge, and we label them as children who just have no behavior, but their nervous system is not regulated, right? Their nervous system is not regulated. And then the final state of the nervous system is the dorsal vagal. That's the freeze or shutdown, right? So sometimes we may not be hollering and whooping and throwing tantrums and throwing desks and chairs, but we may withdraw, we may shut down, we may disengage. That's a form of behavioral challenges too, right? So these are the 3 states. Now, what we need to do for children displaying behavioral problems is to stimulate that ventral vagal system, right? Stimulate that ventral vagal system so we can get our nervous system in a state of calm and connection. How do we do that? 1, build that rapport, build that connection with your clients, with your patients, with your children, with your students. Build that safe space where they can just come into your office, come into your classroom and just feel safe, right? We have to stimulate that ventral vagal nerve. Deep breathing techniques, right? I know it's like, oh, take a deep breath, everybody. It really is an important thing. And there's many different activities that you can do. You have the box breathing. You can print out things where they can trace their fingers. And as they're tracing it up, you breathe in, you're tracing it down, you breathe out. I do this all the time with my students, right? Engaging in that diaphragmatic breathing can activate that vagus nerve, and it reduces anxiety. It reduces that level of threat that they think is there that's driving that behavior, right? We need to do some movement. I can't tell you how many dance parties I have in my office. Everybody knows Dr. Henry can't dance, but love to dance. And yes, I'm being silly, and yes, I'm having fun, but I also know that it helps to stimulate that ventral vagal nerve, and it helps to create that safe space and to keep them calm. All right, so we want to do movement, we want to do exercise. We can use fidgets. Ooh, fidget toys. I don't know if any of you guys have that in your office spaces, in your classrooms, at home. Fidgets are wonderful, right? It's things that they can touch, their handheld objects that provides that sensory input that they might need to help them to calm down. All right, and it helps to regulate that nervous system. And one of my favorite techniques that I use almost too often is grounding techniques. At 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, grounding techniques where you ask the child, even in their states of just anxiety and they can't calm and they're going on, hey, let's talk about something else. Right now, show me 5 things that you can see. And they're looking around, 4 things that you can touch, 3 things that you can hear, 2 things that you can smell, 1 thing that you can taste. And it, in a sense, distracts them from what's causing them to, from what's triggering them, right? And it helps them in that moment to calm down. And once they have calmed down, then you can help them to process some of those feelings, all right? There is this therapeutic technique called DBT, dialectical behavior therapy. And one of the techniques from DBT is TIP, temperature, intense exercise, paced breathing, and paired muscle relaxation. Wonderful technique to use. You can have the child splash cold water on their face, give them an ice pack, all those things, engage them in intense exercise and movement, doing that paced breathing and doing some meditation and relaxation, tensing some of those muscles, and that would help to regulate the nervous system. Any questions? And parents, adults, you can do this too. You know, it's not just for tiny humans. You can do this too if your kids are at home jumping on your reserve nerve and you feel to punch somebody in the face. Got it. That's normal. But you can stimulate that ventral vagal system to help you to calm down as well. All right. Any questions?
That was it.
Okay.
Any
Very good.
comments?
Okay, and just the last thing, because I know my time is up, so I'm just going to skip to the last thing, is a multi-tiered system of support, MTSS. This is something that we use a lot in schools, but I absolutely love it, and I think you can use this anywhere. All right. When you are in your office spaces, when you are in your classroom, you can implement this MTSS approach, right? It's every child gets the right level of support. So in tier 1, you want to have clear expectations and clear rules in terms of the behaviors that you want to see, right? This could work in a hospital too, right? In your clinic spaces, in your classrooms, what are the expectations? And you can talk about those things, and you can have things posted on the wall and all these things. What are the expectations? This is a safe space. We don't bully. We use kind words, blah, blah, blah. When you're at home, what are the routines and expectations, and how do you reward students for that? Now, as you're moving up the tier, right, you may have a few students who are at risk, showing some kind of behavioral challenge, and you may have to do some more intense intervention. So you may have to do some small group counseling, check-ins. If you're working in a hospital, you may have to refer that client out for some more behavioral supports. If you're at home, you may have to put in some kind of behavioral plan if it is that one of your children are not following the clear expectations. And then as you move up the tier to tier 3, those are the intense, really high risk students. That's what I say is a hot mess plus tax and need that additional support. So that one-on-one counseling if you're in a school, a behavior intervention plan. If you're in a hospital, they might need to actually do medication management or intensive therapy, a psychiatric evaluation. If you're at home, maybe things are just too extreme and you might need to do family therapy, crisis interventions, and so forth, right? But MTSS can work in all places. It's about communicating those expectations and ensuring that children receive consistent support. So I know we talked about a lot, right? But I do hope that we were able to take something away from today. The child who is aggressive and disruptive and defiant, they may also just be a kid who's hurting, who's trying to cope with challenges, who's not feeling heard. All right. So when you think about any child that you may have worked with, I want you to think about what might their behavior be trying to tell you. Thank you.
All right. So I see the claps. Any comment? Who is talking? Somebody. All right. So Melissa, you have your mic opened. Is it that you wanted to say something to Dr. Henry? Oh, you just closed your mic, Melissa. So that was a mistake, right? Any comments for Dr. Henry? Dr. Henry, usually we ask for your slides. If you could share with
Oh, okay, that's fine.
presentation.
Yes.
All right.
I have to go fix it up. I have some spelling errors. Sorry.
Right. Simone has her hand.
Okay.
Right. Thank you so much. Right, Doctor. Dr. Reeves, Henry, Dr. Henry.
Yes,
Dr.
Henry's
Henry.
fine. Henry's fine. Don't worry.
That was an amazing presentation. What I can say is that the pointers that you would have given, I can not only use them in work but also at home. So they were very,
Mm,
very definitely very pertinent. And thank you so much for sharing. Really
you're welcome.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You're most welcome.
So Simone, you've just given the vote of thanks, right? Thank you, Simone. All right. Any other comments or questions for Dr. Henry? Oh, well, I guess
Okay.
your session was well received,
All
Samoya.
right. Praise God. Thank you so much,
It
Joy. It was a
was, it
pleasure.
was. The only thing I was thinking, in a clinic setting, I mean, I guess it would just be like tier one to like get, the nice little things up in the clinic, as a start, but trying to
Yes.
do some of these things when you have, a lot of persons outside,
Yeah.
maybe it has to be like as an additional session, or you come
Mhm.
back for a review so we can, do some of these things, or as I said, in tier two, refer off to child
Mhm.
guidance. But if you want to like try to incorporate that in primary care, I was
Yes.
thinking about, how we can get to do, even as a start,
Yes.
with,
Just
with
putting,
looking at the time constraint and so
yes.
forth.
Very good. Very good. Thank you, Vanessa.
What's the name? I can't pronounce the first name. I don't want to butcher it. Blake.
It's okay, Dr. Harrison, you're so close. It's Wasini.
We'll see me. Okay.
Yes. But thank you for the presentation, Dr. Henry. I have a question though about your work life. You had mentioned in your introduction that you work with the UN in education, if I remember
Yes.
correctly. What is that like?
So how do I explain it? The UN has a lot of partnerships with other agencies that has like a consultative status. So I work with that agency that is partnered with the United Nations to do various projects. So with the education department, we are tasked to talk about education and to help to address challenges regarding education. One of the things that we do mostly is for the United Nations Day of Education. We do a lot of presentations and workshops like this that will talk about that will bring together a lot of high top people that will talk about challenges and how we can address those issues. So, for example, in January, I presented at the 2026 UN Day of Education, and we had princes and queens, and we had the Prince of Denmark, and we had kings from Africa, and all these royal people coming together to talk about educational challenges, but we also had different leaders from educational places and schools and colleges to talk about their issues in their schools and try to partner with these royal priesthood to see how they can get support. So that's just one of the examples of things that we do.
My question, Doc, is the HE before your name. I know it's Her Excellency, and I'm not quite
Yes.
sure. Her Excellency, what you want to explain that to us a little bit, if you don't.
So I am a United Nations ambassador. So part of that is having that title. It's a lot fancier than it sounds, if I'm being brutally honest, but it does give me privilege to go to the UN and, speak at certain places. So I was at the United Nations in New York in February. I didn't speak, but I was invited to attend. They had a Harmony Week to talk about global peace, and we had people from all over the world just coming in just to talk about the war and just various challenges and how they can address them. So it's not too bad. I'm not as involved as I would love to be, but I try to do what I can do.
Thank you so much, Your
You're
Excellency.
welcome. Oh, please stop it. Stop it.
All right.
Yes.
Class, I know Samoya from other in another,
Yes,
in other places and things that we do together.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Samoya.
Thank
Thank
you
you
so
so
much
much
for
for
having me,
sharing.
Dr. Harrison. It
Time
was a
out.
pleasure.
Yes.
Yes.
And
All right, guys.
remember to send us the PowerPoint
Yes,
presentation for the class. All
will
right.
do. Absolutely.
Um,
Thank you, guys.
I know that, a couple persons here said thank you, but I want who wants to officially thank Dr. Henry for this presentation. Anybody can volunteer. Do I need to call on somebody? All right.
Oh.
Her Excellency.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
Dr. Harrison, it's your fault, you know.
No, but on behalf of Dr. Harrison and my colleagues in this class, we really just want to say thank you so very much for taking the time out of your schedule to be with us this afternoon. Your presentation was really chock full of useful information that will serve us not only, I think, in public health practice, but in the treatment and management of our own children.
Yes.
I actually made a few notes myself, and I saw that a number of my other colleagues made, highlighted some points
Yes.
when it came to dealing with our little humans, as you
Yes.
say. So, thank you so much for being with us. Thank you also for the great work that you do.
Thank
the
you.
fact that you took the time to be with us in this way is indicative of, I think, where your heart is when it comes to dealing with our children.
All right.
So again, thank you so very much, and all the very best in all of the various things that you're involved with.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you to Dr. Rayner. All right, so feel free to we're gonna take a break now, Dr. Henry.
Okay.
Return. I think 5:30. Dr. Bukal is gonna be talking about caring for, that child with special needs.
All right.
Yes. So feel free to hang around if you so desire.
Okay.
And so, class, thank you for your participation thus far. We're going to take the break now and return 5:30 thereabout for Dr. Buchal's session. Thanks
All right.
again.
Thank you, guys. Have a blessed day. Bye-bye.
You too. Thanks. All right, class. So, welcome back. We are still playing the waiting game for Dr. Buchal. I suspect that if she is well, when I messaged her some time ago, she said she'd be a little bit late and she was heading home. I know with the inclemency that it would be crazy on the roads. So, in the meantime, while we wait on her, let me find out from you. I just want to know how your group work activities are going. So for those of you who are here and you're hearing my voice, have you even started your group work processes yet? Oh, so everybody is away from their devices, I imagine. Nobody's...
Yes, our group started our group project
Okay.
where we discussed and chose a topic and allocated task.
Oh, so you've delegated tasks already and stuff like that. So people are actively working.
Yes, we are.
Nice. Because you see, I asked this question. Alicia, your mic was open. You wanted to say something?
Oh no, just saying, for my group, we have, started brainstorming and discussing topics. So we're working on it.
Okay, great. And the reason I'm fielding questions or comments now is because in times past, there used to be so much contention within groups. For the past few cohorts, however, I noticed that, I don't have to be putting out any fires. I wonder what's happening here. People just seem to bond together in their groups and they work. Because the thing is, I like the fact that you said, Cindy, that already you've delegated tasks to different members of your group. You have some persons who, even though we talk about free riders, I know that sometimes it's because, workload and just balancing all the responsibilities that people have sometimes they might not contribute, even though the heart is willing, but the time is weak in terms of time as a resource that they have to help. And so if any at all, and I think I've said it to the class before, if at all there's somebody in a group who is not pulling his or her weight, we never know what could be happening. Sometimes people have their own, issues that they're dealing with, and they might not want to disclose to the group. So if there is any such person in your groups that you think could be contributing more meaningfully and that person isn't, let me know from now, so I can reach out to that individual to find out what's going on. Yeah. I don't like when a week or a few days before presentation, the complaints are coming in. For me, that's too late for me to do anything. And if the complaints had come in earlier, ameliorative or, some adjustments could have been made or some measures put in for persons to contribute more meaningfully. All right, so I'm glad to know that the groups are up and working. I'm still, Kayan, you're here. Yeah, so we've been waiting on you, Dr. Bukal. Welcome. If you're responding to me, your mic is still closed.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry for the late start. Thank you for waiting on me. Traffic was a little heavy, and then I had
I
a
was just
class
saying to
finish
students,
that.
yes. Thank you so much for making it, Kayan. I was just saying to the students, with the inclemency, the roads are always crazy when just a little drizzle. So,
Yes.
and we having the downpour. So thank you so much for the effort. So yes, you're going to be talking to us about caring for that special person. If you have, I'm going to stop sharing in the event you have a PowerPoint that you want to share with us.
I do, and I have a couple of videos I'd like to share as well.
No
And
problem.
hopefully my internet holds up.
I know what you mean.
So
So I'm just going to exit without further ado. I think the students know you. You've taught them in the MPH? Kayan?
No,
No, you've not taught this
no, I
school?
haven't.
Oh.
No, ma'am. The first time they're meeting me.
Oh. All right, class. So this is Dr. Kayan Bukal. Dr. Bukal, what can I say
So
about you,
it'll be
Kayan?
fun.
Other than you're my colleague, we work in the same department. You're a family physician, am I correct? I'm not sure why I'm not hearing you, Kayan. Your mic
No,
is
my
open.
internet chipped out a little bit.
Yeah, your mic was open, but I wasn't hearing you. So here what you do for me then. Tell the class who you are, just a little bit about yourself, and then you can segue into your session.
That sounds fair. I'll
Yeah.
show my face.
Yes.
Hopefully the bandwidth is okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Kayan Bukal. I am a family physician, and I lecture the year 3 medical students. I think I teach them aspects of family medicine, where I try to teach them about how to communicate with their patients, how to show empathy, and just as importantly, about the social determinants of health, and try to encourage them to critically think about various topics, including violence against women, how to approach a person with special needs. Special needs is dear to my heart because my son has cerebral palsy, which is a special need. And so in observing how physicians interact with him over the years, I thought this was a worth else about me. I like to have an interactive class, so I will be engaging all of you throughout the discussion. I like to hear your thoughts. and hear about your experiences with persons with special needs and your concerns as well. So let me share my screen. But before I do that, when you hear the term special needs, what comes to mind? I'm going to take off my camera just in case it delays me a bit, my bandwidth. Yes. Anyone? When you heard the term special needs, what comes to mind? So, you know, Denise or Sheena can use your mic. Akeem, thank you. Disabilities at all. Cindy or Makisha.
Someone who may need additional support.
Okay, thank you, Nicole. Somebody who needs additional
services.
support. Good. Anything else?
Someone
Any
who
other
is
words?
mentally or intellectually challenged, or
Okay.
even physically challenged.
Okay. Physically, mentally, intellectually challenged. Thank you, Cindy. Any other words come to mind or any other thoughts come to mind? No. So when I teach the undergrads, I get words like burden. I get words like stigma. So those are good words to use. So if you were to define disability, how would you define disability?
Disability for me could be defined as an experience of the human condition, which can be either intellectual, social, physical, or emotional. And it's a divergence from what is considered the average experience. That's what it is to me.
The inability to
Okay,
function
thank you
at your full
very much.
capacity.
Okay, so you should the inability to function at your capacity.
Fullest capacity, yes.
Fullest. Okay, fullest capacity. Thank you so much. Okay, awesome. Okay. So here are some definitions. Let me just make this smaller. Give me a moment. Okay, are you seeing my screen okay?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. So according to the World Health Organization, there are 3 dimensions to disability: impairment, activity limitation, and participation restrictions. So the impairment is within that person's body structure or the person's function, behavioral functioning, and activity limitation involves things like difficulty seeing, difficulty hearing, walking, or problem solving. So participation restrictions are those that occur in normal daily activities, such as working, engaging in social and recreational activities, and obtaining healthcare and preventative services. So given this definition of disability, let me hear you guys just throw out some disabilities for me. Anyone that comes to mind.
Hearing impairment.
Thank you, Akeem. Hearing impairment. What else?
Diagnoses of dementia or Alzheimer's.
Dementia, absolutely. Alzheimer's, yes. What else?
Visual I guess all the sensory, any sensory or limb, so hearing, vision, amputation.
Down syndrome.
Down syndrome, good. Yes, any impairment of vision, correct. Akeem, thank you, Cindy. Anything else comes to mind?
Autism.
Autism, yeah. And that's more behavioral as well as mental sometimes, or intellectual rather. Anything else?
Yes, speech would be included.
Speech. So what about a person with a stroke? Is
Yeah.
that disability?
Yes. And that may cover several systems.
Absolutely. What about somebody with cancer? Is that a disability?
Depends on their ability
Depends
to
on
cope with their daily
staging.
livings. Yeah, depends.
Oh, it depends. You've removed half their intestines and they have to, whatever they eat, they go immediately to the bathroom. Is there an impairment there? Every single time they eat, they have to go to the bathroom.
I'd say it becomes an impairment because I'd say yes, because then you have to think about barriers to utility, because if they're at home, then sure, the bathroom is right there. But then in terms of being outside, there might be a lot of barriers to them getting the kind of service or facility utilization that they require.
Correct. So are they then able to participate
Right. So
in social and recreational activities?
yeah, it's gonna have some limitation on their activities for sure.
Right. What about your elderly patient with osteoarthritis? Is that a disability?
Yes, and with
Dependent on
amputations as
how
well.
severe it is.
Yeah.
Because just as the person with the cancer or the stroke, they may not be able to like fully participate or have mobility issues.
True. Exactly. Right. So then is that a disability that is inherent to them, or that's an acquired disability?
An acquired disability.
Right. Doctors. Right? In an effort to treat them of the cancer, we've caused a disability. But often we don't talk to our patients about what intervention. Or think about your diabetic person who is an amputee. Would that restrict their participation? Would they have an activity limitation because of their impairment? Okay, let me give you another one.
Yes and no.
They would. Absolutely.
I mean, it depends on, it can be complex because it will depend on how the client would view themselves, because I have amputees that are up and about and very, very, quote unquote, active.
Involved.
Yeah.
So
I'd say inherently though, they are inherently by virtue of the amputation, they are incapable of executing such functions that would be described as generally available to someone without an amputation. So by virtue of that, even if they themselves would not have been typically participating in a particular activity.
I don't agree with that, Akeem.
Okay, fair.
Especially from a functional movement perspective. No. But I can see
that's exactly why it
your
applies.
point.
I mean,
functionally, then they are impaired by definition.
They are
They're
impaired.
not.
Akeem, that's Akeem or Alex? I don't know who's talking now.
Well, I'm Alex.
Sorry, Doc, go ahead.
No, so they do have an impairment, but that impairment, if they have the right tools, might not cause an activity limitation. And if they have the right support, then it might not restrict their participation in various things.
why
So
they
I can
say,
see the depends.
But hold on, Doc. So what you're saying then, therefore, if I can either execute a particular function or
Mhm.
provide a particular prosthesis or intervention that allows someone to participate in a particular activity that their amputation or otherwise pre-existing deficiency would have disallowed them from participating in, they're no longer disabled as long as they have that intervention active,
No,
and they're immediately
no,
not.
but Akeem, disability is a spectrum. It's not a hard and fast.
Hold on. I understand, but I want, based on what that just said, those two ideas are mutually exclusive. So I want to be very clear, because we've established a continuum that osteoarthritis, for example, in one particular patient might not be so severe as to disallow participation in certain things. And then in another person, it might be so severe that they can't even get up. And so it's a continuum. But in that
It is a
same breath,
continuum.
but
Yeah.
in that same breath, if we are going to apply interventions, be it external prosthesis or interventions, medications, that's going to improve their level of function and decrease such limitations. Are we then taking them off that spectrum? Is that what we're saying? We're applying a threshold?
No.
No. I see your point, Akeem. No, you're not applying a threshold. They still have
Right, which
they
is
still have
exactly
an
why the
impairment.
previous argument doesn't stand. It's mutually exclusive.
Fair enough. They do still have a but they might have various levels of functionality. And part of that functionality is people's attitudes as well.
Right, but I think what we are to then distinguish is between the person's perception and what the objective definition is, because we're introducing another completely unrelated variable. I may not perceive myself as disabled, or an external observer may not perceive you as disabled because you now have this amenity at your disposal. But by definition, under the domains you just listed, Doc, the limitation is there and your inability to participate is there. Or at least your exclusion would have been based on the barrier established. So to say you're not disabled completely contravenes the definition itself. That's how I see it.
Okay, so Keon, Cindy had her hand up, and I think who else? Alex's mic is opened, so maybe we want to hear what they have to say.
Most definitely. Go ahead.
No,
Cindy?
I was saying, my point is that disability does not mean inability, first and foremost. I understand what Alex is saying in terms of if there's a threshold or something of that sort.
Wouldn't say a
But we
threshold,
just
it's a continuum.
right, but disability does not mean inability, but they would still be labeled as Mrs. trying to say as someone that is disabled.
Disabled.
Right. So even if I have a prosthesis leg, a prosthetic
I'm still
leg,
disabled.
I'm still disabled. So I would still go in the supermarket and park in the handicap spot.
Absolutely.
So so it's just let us remember that disability does not mean inability. And persons have different resources and so available to them that would help them to function at different capacity while others are unable to at that point.
Excellent. Yes. So you still have a disability. It's just that you're functional to an extent. Alex, you still want to say something? Go ahead.
I mean, it was already said. It's just that from my background as a physiotherapist, disabilities are not hard and fast. They're multifactorial, right? And there can be individuals, as Akeem rightfully said, with the same condition, but are affected in various ways, and they would be impacted differently. So I just wanted to just point out that the whole disability thing is not hard and fast. It's a continuum.
Okay. All right, let me show you the other definition here. Oh, sorry. I was kicked off, so I forget I have to share again. Hold on. Okay, so that's where we left off. So this is the other where I should say statement, whereas the disability refers to, I throw something else into the mix, interaction between individuals with a health condition, for example, cerebral palsy, Down syndrome, or depression, and the personal and environmental factors. So that would include, so personal factors could be, I believe I can do it, or I cannot do it. That's a personal factor. Environmental factor is the social environment with negative attitudes of people, or the physical environment with inaccessible transportation and public buildings. Okay? Another social environment, limited social support for my disability. What do you think about that statement?
I think this fit in to what Akeem and the previous discussion.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Cindy. This is what I've been saying.
Yes.
The domains as established would set the tone for a system that it's almost as if it's a criterion-based ideology. And I agree with Alex as he said, it is a continuum. But the foregoing argument would seem as though it attempted to distinguish between disabled and disability, perception and reality. That is what the person thinks and what the environment around them and other people see them as. It would attempt to separate them and make them mutually exclusive, and in doing so distinguish. But you cannot, because none of us live in a vacuum, whether able or disabled, and it is inherently an interaction between the person's ability or inability or insufficient ability thereof and their interaction with the environment and systems around them. That's what's going to regard them as disabled or not. The domains previously established are understandable, but to divide them and then say, okay, based on limitation degree, then this person might be perceived as disabled or not disabled is inadequate, because that completely absolves the impact of environment and external factors, and we cannot exclude those on any level, because at no point in time are we existing in a vacuum. So I prefer this one 100%. It really emphasizes the interplay that's really indistinguishable. You have to acknowledge it.
Akeem, you're a lawyer?
No, I'm not a lawyer, Doc. I'm a doctor.
But you speak like a lawyer. But fair enough. So fun. I really am enjoying this discussion. Okay, so I'm going to skip through this. So why should we care about persons who are not able, disabled, who are vulnerable in this manner? Why should we care about them?
Because they're still valuable members of our society that could make meaningful contributions, and they're human.
Absolutely. And also, I would say, because it can be any one of us any day. It just takes one accident, one drop in the bathroom and hit your head, one car accident, and you have some level of impairment, right? Oh, I'm sorry, this slide is not so clear, but it's talking about COVID. But essentially, the number of persons with disabilities are increasing, particularly because of our increased chronic disease burden. And what are some of the conditions that come to mind?
Hypertension.
Hypertension.
Diabetes.
Absolutely. What else?
Asthma.
Asthma could be a disability. Yeah. I
Some
could see that.
persons that have asthma so severely that they can't really function
Participate.
yeah.
Okay. Anything else comes to mind?
Heart conditions.
Right. Heart failure. Persons with heart failure. What about schizophrenia?
Yeah, depression.
Is there anything currently happening that could increase, let's say, the number of persons suffering from mental challenges? Anything in recent times?
Disasters.
Disasters like wars. COVID.
Hurricane Melissa, COVID.
Absolutely, Hurricane Melissa, right? And so it's how persons have interacted with trauma and the levels of social support that they have that can also impact their ability to function. So according to the WHO, and this was in 2011, there were over 1 billion people in the world who had experienced some form of disability, with almost 80% of that population being in the low to middle income countries. Okay. And there's also great disparity in the equity and accessibility of healthcare for those who are in fact disabled. So how do you think we as a medical fraternity care for those who are disabled? Do you think we offer them good care or so-so care or bad care?
Bad care.
Why you say that, Cindy? I don't disagree with you, but why you say that?
It's I could only take my setting in St. Vincent. I can't take Jamaica because I've never been to Jamaica.
That's fine.
But in terms of inclusivity for persons with disabilities, in simple thing as public access, access to public buildings. I don't think we have structured. I mean, we started the discussion at one point, but most buildings don't have wheelchair access. Even simple thing as some of the banks. So, what about persons with disability who's trying to do business? But as we said, disability is not inability. What happens then to just accessing regular public service? And in terms of mental health, there's still like a large stigma attached to mental health, despite campaigns, despite health promotion activities, education, there's still a large stigma attached to mental health. And even in our workplaces, I don't think we take care of each other mental health as we should as health professionals either.
Yeah.
Even, so I would say bad.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that. Anybody else? Let me tell you a story.
Or
So
say they supportive. Well, when I spoke about disability earlier and special needs and the need for additional support,
Yeah.
many times the additional support that is required in the healthcare setting is not there. Cindy spoke about physical access, but sometimes even how the area is set up for somebody who is visually impaired. We have patients who are deaf, and that is a pet peeve of mine.
Yeah,
that we
absolutely.
don't have more healthcare workers who have made a concerted effort to go learn the sign language so that they can have meaningful conversations with the patients.
because that kind of interaction is necessary. The patients need information to make informed decision. And if you can communicate with me and I can't communicate with you, then your ability to really help me is limited.
Correct. Absolutely. I agree. Especially with the sign language. That's also a concern of mine.
So
The
I remember this. I quite agree with what is Nicole who just spoke.
yes.
Because when I worked in Barbados, this is one of the major things that the Queen Elizabeth Hospital had taken into consideration. So what they did, they started a program with persons with the disability unit to have persons, especially in the ER and frontline, to be trained in sign language. And I thought it was an excellent idea because what happens then, they get lost within the medical system and they get misdiagnosed because they're misunderstood or they're
Correct.
not understood. So I even took up the training myself. I did two classes, but 2 phases. It's begin and intermediate. Never advanced though, but it is really good. And I think this is actual part, if we're gonna address this on a long-term basis, that it's supposed to be integrated in part of our program in some way or the other.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. In fact, one of my colleagues from St. Vincent, Cumberbatch, Dr. Cumberbatch, she does teach med students and the dentistry students. She has a course. They teach them sign language. However, because of the med school is so onerous in terms of classes and labs and whatnot, not a lot the course, but it's a very good course. It's particularly tailored for medical professions. So the story I was going to tell you is when I asked my undergraduate class, this question, how we treat persons with disability in our community, medical community, one of the students told me a story. She is fluent in sign language, so she would accompany persons who are hearing impaired to their medical appointments. And she told me this story one day that she accompanied a person to the clinic up at the hospital, University Hospital of the West Indies, for an appointment, and they had reached there at 8 o'clock. And from 8 o'clock until 4 p.m. And at around that time, she overheard one of the residents saying, "Who going to take so-and-so? Because she hearing impaired, she going to take too long." So what has happened was that they were passing over her file because they knew that she was hearing impaired.
Doc, I hear that story so well, and I mean, this topic is particularly touchy for me for experiences I'm not gonna share explicitly, but it is to say there's a WHO definition. Us as medical practitioners witness certain disabilities in terms of being defined by lived experiences. There are legal definitions, and worst among them are those insular, I'd say safely. The word I should probably use is exclusionist definitions used by insurance companies in particular, where disability is considered, where impairment as a component thereof is considered, and how people are treated, not just for redress and claims and so on, but things they have access to, things that they need to live better lives. And it's important because these same discussions are what, I guess in my experience, inform the fight against insurance companies that don't want to help people who need help. So acknowledging that in large part, the environment around somebody, the barriers they face contribute significantly to their disability and how they experience, or at least how they experience that degree of impairment in certain settings is very important to helping patients in that regard.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Akeem. My personal opinion is that sometimes insurance companies are scams, but that's just me. So there have been studies.
I agree, but we digress. I won't belabor it. That's another story.
Yeah, that's true. So there are studies that show that most physicians feel ill-equipped to manage patients with disabilities. So, of my doctor of medicine, of physical disabilities, and I have a questionnaire.
Miss, you're breaking up a lot. We can't hardly hear.
Okay, a little better now?
You
Yes,
sound
please.
clearer now, Ken, yeah.
Sorry about that. What was I saying?
But you stopped sharing your slides, is that it?
Yeah, I think it's the bandwidth. Bandwidth keeps.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
I'm going to go back to slide. I was saying when I was studying, so you heard what I said about the ill-equipped. Most doctors feel ill-equipped to manage persons with disability.
Yes, we heard that part.
Okay,
But
good.
I don't think we heard after that.
Okay, thank you so much. So I was saying when I was doing my Doctor of Medicine in Family Medicine, I had focused on the knowledge and attitudes and practices of our Jamaican doctors towards persons with physical disability. And in the online questionnaire, I had asked one question. When it comes to managing persons with disability, what are some of your barriers? And quite a bit of doctors said they're afraid that they might do more harm than good, and they don't know how to approach them because they felt that they didn't have enough information. It's too much work. Yes, actually, I got some of that as well. It takes too long, and they don't have the support. For example, if they were to examine a person in a wheelchair, if they complained of abdominal pain, there's nobody to help them to lift that patient off the wheelchair onto the examination bed. Furthermore, we don't have adjustable examination beds in our clinics, in our government clinics, and it's hardly available in private practice as well. So the other point I'd like to state that there was also a paper done in 2013 that showed that persons with disabilities were twice as likely to find healthcare provider skills and equipment inadequate to meet their needs, and 3 times as likely to be denied care, 4 times as likely to be treated badly by the healthcare providers. So I'm just going to skip that slide to go to, so what do we know about the rights of persons with disabilities? Anybody? Does anybody know what our disability, sorry, this for Jamaica and their respective countries? Do you know what the Disability Act states? Have you ever seen it? No? Okay. So our Disability Act, the Jamaican Disability Act, at least, is derived from the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability. And in this convention, you're going to see the word inherent dignity and worth come up often enough. Okay? Disability results from the interaction between persons with impairments and the attitudinal and environmental barriers that hinders their full and effective participation in society on an equal basis with others. Right? They also state that the purpose is to promote, protect, and ensure the full and equal enjoyment of all human rights and fundamental freedoms by all persons with disabilities, and that persons with disabilities include those who have long-term physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairments, which in interaction with various barriers may hinder their full and effective participation in society. So general principles of the convention include things like, respect for inherent dignity, individual autonomy, including the freedom to make one's own choices, non-discrimination, full and effective participation and inclusion in society, equality of opportunity, accessibility, equality between men and women, and respect for the evolving capacities of children with disabilities, and the respect of and for the right of children with disabilities to preserve their identities. Now there is a common practice, I would say, I've seen it often enough, especially with my own son. Whereas if I enter the room with my son is not acknowledged. They talk to me in preference. When it's time for examination, again, nothing is said. They just reach for the child and begin examining. So of course, my son, who is he can comprehend very well, is, starts hitting off the hand, and they think he's rude. But no, you didn't think him and you're a stranger touching his body. Why are you touching him? Right? Exactly. Like he does not exist. So ask the person in front of you, see what they can understand. Again, when you're doing procedures, see what they can understand and explain to them. Treat them as a person. So as it relates to health, and just to point out that Jamaica is a signatory, we've signed this document to say we'll agree by it. We have agreed to provide persons with disabilities with the same range, quality, and standard of free or affordable health care and programs as provided to other persons, including in the area of sexual and reproductive health and population-based public health programs. So we tend to think that persons who have a disability are somehow asexual. Like the fact that they have a disability means that they're not interested in sex. They don't need to know anything about sex. So we don't educate them, right? Also, how many population-based studies include people with disabilities? Do you know how a particular drug would affect different persons? Unfortunately, most of our studies that we quote come from persons, a population of white men. We are also required to provide those health services needed by persons with disabilities, specifically because of their disabilities, including early identification and intervention as appropriate, and services So, for example, your older person with bad osteoarthritis. What would be some of the things that you'd want to do to ensure their safety, for example, at home? Is there any, how would you educate their family members as to how to keep them safe at home? Phrase that question.
I mean, if you're a father skilled, have to educate the family on how to not condition, such as railings, guardrails, risers, stools, bars,
Yeah, putting the bars in
ramps, bathroom,
bathroom.
kitchen, bedroom,
Right.
everywhere that they need support to go in and out. And we teach the family as well how to maintain them, because a key component in OA is to keep the clients moving. So teach the family how to help the patient help themselves, to be self-sufficient.
Excellent. Thank you, Alex. Absolutely. So we're trying to prevent falls and you're educating the family as such, keeping the rooms well lit. If you know they get up to go to the bathroom middle of the night, have a light on, remove all the rugs, that kind of stuff. Good. Awesome. Similarly, for our children with movement challenge, same thing applies. Have the rooms up, remove things that can cause them to fall. Modify your bathrooms so that they can to maintain their independence. Okay, they
Good
also
afternoon. Good evening.
Hi, Simone. Go ahead.
Yes, good evening. Yes, thank you so much. You had mentioned, I'm forgetting which article it was under, but you mentioned the need to teach persons with disabilities about sex. And you mentioned that it is, sometimes we think that you're not interested in sex. But another issue I realized that another thing that I realized is an issue is that a lot of these persons sometimes get molested. And because they don't know about sex, they don't know what happened to them.
Correct.
Right. So one valid reason for telling them about sex is to prevent them from being molested and being able to know what happened to them if they should get molested, God forbid.
Correct. Thank you for bringing that point up, Simone. Absolutely right. So they also require us as health professionals to provide care of the same quality to persons with disabilities as to others, including on the basis of free and informed consent, raising awareness of the human rights needs of persons with disabilities through training and the promulgation of ethical standards for public and private healthcare, right? We also should be their advocates. Okay, so that's the convention. And similarly, I think I have a slide with our Jamaican, no, not this one. Okay, sorry, I have several variations of this presentation. or Jamaican Disability Act, which became law in, was it 2022, February 14, 2022, says similar things, almost word for word, actually. What I have here on the slide is to highlight a patient's perspective. So I had the good pleasure of meeting a particular lady, and I'll call her name, Mrs. Christine Stapley Banks. And she has done a wonderful thing for persons with disability. She has a son with cerebral palsy. He's nonverbal and wheelchair bound. And when he was born, based on the kind of experience she had, she decided to start a foundation called the Nathan A. Banks Foundation to try and help move some resources for persons with disability. So she has brought persons down to assist with speech therapy, for example, and occupational therapy. In fact, her daughter just graduated from a university in the States, and she's focusing on speech therapy. And once a year, they come down and do a little workshop here to assist for the parents and for professionals. So when she was told of the diagnosis of her child, of course, she was stunned. She didn't know what to think. And so she would have a lot of questions to ask. And of course, she was going through feelings of anger and guilt. You know, was it something that I did to let the child become like this? You know, what could I have done better? So because she had questions, how can I improve his life now that you've given me this diagnosis? What does it mean? Now, because she asked a lot of questions, she was labeled as troublesome or difficult by the doctors. And she would state in her book, she's written 3 books, no, I think it's 4 now, that she was flat out denied care because she was labeled a troublesome parent. And the next slide I want to show you is another parent who had this diagnosis thrust upon her for her child. And I said to my students, imagine you're carrying a child for 9 months and you have all these expectations, these hopes, these dreams for his future and for your future. And you've told the parent that the child will, because of whatever circumstance, the child will not walk, he won't be able to use his hands, or he will never be able to speak. And we don't consider the parents' emotions because you've just given them the most horrible news that they've ever feared. And then we move on like it's nothing. Right? So this person, Patricia McGill Smith, describes that when her child was diagnosed as having a disability, she was devastated. Right? She was so confused that she can't remember anything else. And she would quote another parent stating that when the person was told about their child, it felt like a black sack was being pulled down over their head, blocking her ability to hear, see, and think in normal ways. Or it might have felt like a knife, having a knife stuck in her heart. So just to be cognizant that when giving a bad diagnosis, even if it's not the person themselves, I mean, it could be a diabetic that you've told that we'll have to cut off your foot. We need to be cognizant of their emotions as well, because we're dealing with a human being with feelings, with emotions, with thoughts, with hopes, with dreams. Okay? So just to be mindful of that aspect of approaching a person with a disability or giving a diagnosis. All right. So at this juncture, I would like to play 2 videos, and I'm praying that my internet holds up And I want us to have a discussion around the videos. What I want to show you is some of the techniques of early intervention, some of the equipment by showing you this first story, if you would so allow me. So I'm going to stop sharing. And sorry. But just to show you, and later on in the video, they will also show you the different posterolators, the different walking implements. So I show this video to my medical students. And one day I was, at the end of the video, the students wanted to know, so how is Jackson now? Because that was, you know, a couple of years ago. So they found Jackson now. I don't have a picture that I could promote on my laptop. But if you type in his name, Jackson Kelleher, he's now 20 and he's walking on his own. And just to say that early intervention matters, right? Early intervention, I'm a strong proponent for physiotherapy and all the rehabilitative services. Because
what's Jackson's last name? Sorry for interrupting.
Kelleher, no problem. Kelleher, Keheler. So yes. So intervention work. Our brains are amazing. You know, we have neuroplasticity now. So we've learned that, you know, our brains, once you give them enough stimuli, amazing things can happen. And support. So you notice that the relationship fell apart. Unfortunately, a lot of parents who have a child with disability is not a unit of two people. It's usually one says, okay, see you later. And it requires great sacrifice. Later on in the video, it will tell you that all his therapy until he's 18 will amount to something like $4 million. And that's in New Zealand. And the support they get from the government is like $57 a week. So support is important. And if it takes a village to raise a child, it takes even more so a child with disability. So that is it. I have finished. Thank you for participating. I really enjoyed giving this lecture. And thank you, Joy, thank you, Dr. Harrison, for inviting me.
Look here, Kaya, you can call me Joy. We are colleagues who work in the same department. Class, I'm answerable to Kaya, and she coordinates one of the courses that I teach in undergrad too. But do you have any questions for Dr. Bukal? Do you have any comments? You know, I sat here just enjoying your session, Dr. Bukal. You know, next time I'll give you more time to just go through everything that you have to do. So class, any questions, any comments for Dr. Bukal?
No, just to say it was
I
a
only have
wonderful
one thing that I'm throwing out there, which is I find that many times it's the parents who are willing to go search, go find, and some parents may have the capacity to, but some parents don't. And I think it shouldn't be just the responsibility of the parent to be able to go and seek and find things. We have a responsibility to give the patient resources. And even with our limited resources, I'm wondering if we can do more especially if it's sometimes even if it's videos that we have created on a website that you can go on and you can search at your own time and leisure, because we may not have individual persons able to work with individual patients in a session, but those other things like knowing what to do at home, how you help the person, I don't know if we can look at something like that.
Some kind of podcast or something. Yes, that's an idea right there, Nicole.
Absolutely. I agree with you, Nicole. In fact, in one of the classes my son was in, one of the parents, because I didn't even touch autism, right? That's a whole new thing. that alone can take an hour. But she creates videos for other parents with autistic children, and she would post them to class. I need to remember her name. I think it was Lawrence. So the parents, you're quite right, it's the parents who are at the forefront of this, trying to their best to create an environment for their kids. Here, my son. I think Cindy wanted to say something too.
No, I was just saying thank you. It was a very enlightening session, and I really enjoyed the discussion with my friends Akeem and Alex. So
I
the
agree. It was very enlightening indeed.
yeah, the
But
information was really good. It made us question, along with questioning, it would make us identify some of the gaps that we would have in our own systems. So as they would always continue to say, we have our fingers on the pulse. So
Yes,
we would see what happened going forward.
thank you.
And I'd say it was even more so important because we got to see how, I mean, I'm familiar with certain definitions based on experiences I've had, but it's interesting to see how these definitions and how different systems define certain things and how it translates to how people are treated, how people are cared for, and the levels of access they are, I'd say, allowed to have based on how the systems we interact with daily choose to define these limitations and define how their lived experiences unfold.
And
Yes.
so, Alex, while you're on the floor, may I call on you to give a vote of thanks to Dr. Bukal on our behalf? Was that Alex or
Akeem was speaking that.
Akeem? Sorry, Akeem. Go ahead, please.
Okay, no problem, Doc. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Bukal. I mean, beyond enlightenment and the range of knowledge we've been able to acquire from your presentation, it really gave us an opportunity to share in experiences we've each had and really open our eyes to potential avenues we can use as providers, as contributors, as relatives and friends of people living with disabilities to make their lives better in a world where ableism, is rampant, and the insensitivity towards persons with disabilities at all levels is so simply audacious. So it was very enlightening. Thank you very much for your time. And I am confident when I say we'd all perhaps enjoy an opportunity to hear more on the topic that you obviously have such a breadth of experiencing in and knowledge on. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Akeem. Thank you,
That's
everyone.
an idea right there, Akeem. Maybe I should get Kayan to come and talk at our adolescent, but no, I don't want to overburden you, Dr. Bukala. I know you have a lot. But thank you
Bless
so
you.
much. Thank you so much for
All
taking
right.
time out. All right.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
So
Bless
feel
you.
free to
Bye-bye.
hang on if you so desire. So our last presenter for tonight is Mrs. Manning, and she works with the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disability. And so to top off our session today, she's going to look at the services offered by this premier, I want to call it, agency and the implications of the services offered to public health. Mrs. Manning.
Good evening, everyone.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you for having me. And I know that you all had a long day. And so I will endeavor to make sure that my presentation is not so long and that and try to make it as exciting as Dr. Buchholz. Dr. Buchholz, congratulations. I really did enjoy it as well.
Thank
All
you.
right. So my fellow colleagues, today I will be presenting on my organization, the services that we offer, and how does that, what relevance does that have to public health? We look at the impact and some
Just a minute,
challenges.
Deborah. Just a
Oh,
second. Are you supposed to be uploading? Do you have PowerPoint presentations?
Yes, I do. Where's the sharing?
At the bottom of your screen, at the bottom of that darkened area there on your device. Yes. There you go. Remember to put on slideshow. Thank you so much. So we are seeing it now, Mrs. Manning. Thank you. But your mic is closed. So if you're talking, your mic is not opened.
Okay,
Now it's
right.
okay. Yes.
So we are ready again.
Yes,
All
thank
right.
you.
Good evening again, everyone. All right. So hold on. I need to move that out of the way. All right. It's not moving, Joy. Hold on. Okay. Right. So the presentation today, we will look at the services offered by my organization and the relevance of those services to public health and the impact that the services have on the public health, and in particular with persons with disabilities. To look at some challenges that we have in providing those services, as well as the opportunities that are presented to us, and look at how your role as healthcare professionals will help us to do a better job in providing, healthcare for or persons with disabilities. So the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities is a public body that has been established by the Disabilities Act of 2014. And we have a mandate, and that mandate is to promote, protect, and ensure the full and equal enjoyment of privileges, interests, benefits, and treatment of persons with disabilities on an equal basis as everybody else. Because I'm sure you have been hearing all day that persons with disabilities are citizens and should be treated equally as the rest of the population. And so we have a mission, right, which I alluded to a while ago, which is to promote and protect the rights of persons with disabilities through equitable opportunities, partnership, and participation, sustained by innovation, technology, and a highly committed staff. And we have a vision to be the premier national organization that forges local, regional, and international partnerships to promote and protect and ensure the rights of persons with disabilities in Jamaica. We offer a number of services. And the first one that I'll talk about is the registration. And under the Disability Act, the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities, the JCPD, is mandated to register persons with disabilities in Jamaica. While we have that mandate, I would like to let you know that persons are not mandated to register with JCPD, right? So there isn't a law that says that you must be registered with the JCPD, but we have a mandate to register persons. So we, based on the data that we have and that we have received over time, we recognize that there are over 40,000 persons with disabilities in Jamaica, right? However, only 16,000 have registered with the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities so far. And that is concerning to us because the registration is important. The data is important for us to do proper planning for persons with disabilities, as you can well imagine. And so that is an effort that we continue to push. So we offer a number of support services. So in order to register, right, or when people register, there are a number of services or benefits that they are entitled to. For instance, the NHT secures, or the government through the NHT secures a certain amount of housing for persons with disabilities. And so persons who are gainfully with disabilities who are gainfully employed, right? Once they are registered with us, they have that opportunity to benefit from that services with a recommendation from us. Persons who are also employed also benefit from tax relief. And you know about the parking stickers, the funeral grants, and you know, benefits, such benefits. There is also employment and economic empowerment services. And so our organization works with employers to ensure that there are inclusive workplace practices for persons with disabilities who are in employment. My department, which is called the Rehabilitation, Transition, and Social Services Department, has a responsibility of developing that transition program for persons with disability to ensure that persons with disabilities are properly trained and properly prepared to enter the workplace setting. And so that piece of our department is being built out in order to provide proper services for persons with disabilities to become gainfully employed. We also offer a economic empowerment grant for persons with disabilities who are interested in entrepreneurship. And that grant is up to $250,000 for single projects and up to $400,000 for group projects. And that is offered to persons who are registered with the council. Education and training, of course, for persons with disabilities is extremely important. And we provide educational support at the early childhood level, primary, secondary level. So assistance is given through grants, support for persons with disabilities. We also provide a scholarship to persons entering tertiary education and also those looking toward vocational training as well. I recognized a while ago that Dr. Bukal spoke about assistive devices, and she didn't get an opportunity to show that. But there are persons with disabilities who need various assistive devices to assist them in living a better quality life. And so we provide resources or financial support up to $300,000.
Hi, Doc. Sorry to cut you, but I'm not sure if you're skipping. If you're gonna be skipping slides. I'm only seeing one.
Yes, I'm just speaking to the. Oh, are you seeing the services offered by the JCPD?
No, we're just seeing the first title, the title page. So based on what you're speaking, it sounds as though we might.
Oh.
I'm guessing we should be seeing a
Right,
slide.
the services. I'm not sure what's happening.
I'm
All
not sure.
right.
It's just the title page we're seeing.
Oh, I'm not sure. Right. All right, let me. Thank you, Akeem, for that. Let me see what's happening. Let me go back. you're seeing that?
Right. We're seeing it now, but part of it is cut off. Well, okay.
You're
I saw
you're
you switch it a while ago, so it looks like it's working.
so is this you're seeing this now?
Right. Services offered by Jace. Yes, I'm seeing that
Right. So
now.
that is what I was talking about. Thank you
Right.
for letting me know. I appreciate it. Are you still seeing it?
Yes, yes. There's
All
a
right.
little tool at the tool the taskbar to your bottom left is up, so you can probably just move your cursor and it will come off. It's blocking a little piece of it.
Okay. Is it better now?
It is still there. I don't know. It has been there from the very first slide. You know,
Is it blocking?
part of the narrative on the slide.
Oh, I am not sure why that is.
Are you seeing it from your end, Deborah?
Yes, man, I'm seeing it.
Maybe you
Let me
just
see.
click,
Please move this window away from the shared application. Let me see. Let me see if I can move it.
just click it again and click it and see if what window is it talking about?
I'm not sure. Are you still having a challenge seeing it?
Yes, it's blocking the bottom half
All
of.
right, let me see if I can. I'm not sure why.
But can your slides move now?
Yes, are you seeing it? Are you seeing, is it still blocking it?
No, it's
No,
not there.
it's okay now. Good.
All right, so it's okay. All right. All right. So as I was saying, that our organization also provide grants for assistive devices. So things like hearing aids, wheelchairs, walkers, mobile wheelchairs, things like that, but also um, things for rehabilitation like prosthesis, and the therapies. We have partnered with the Ministry of Health and Wellness in this regard. And you may have heard about probably the New Limb New Life program that assisted a number of Jamaicans over the past 2 years or so to get, prosthesis, limbs and so forth. And that was a very, very good partnership with the Ministry of Health and Wellness. We have also partnered with them on a number of other initiatives in order to help the Ministry of Health and Wellness. There's a new name for their enabling, I can't remember the full name, but you probably know that name. Their enabling program. So we have partnered with them with training and so for their their workers, their employers, and also their employees, and also have provided guidance in terms of assessment, assistive accessibility information so that they can provide better services for persons with disabilities. So that has been a good collaboration with the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Right? Our community outreach and public awareness programs are extremely important in order to prevent the stigma and discrimination of persons with disabilities. And also, we are very, very focused on disability-friendly policies that will help to promote the rights of persons with disabilities. And you would have heard about, or maybe not, but under the Disability Act of 2014, we have the Disability Rights Tribunal. And the Disability Rights Tribunal is where persons with disabilities can go to address complaints. And, that tribunal helps to enforce the rights of persons with disabilities, right? It ensures that persons with disabilities can seek justice when their rights are being violated in areas such as employment, education, healthcare, and access to public spaces. So persons are encouraged, once they can prove that their rights are being violated, they can through the JCPD refer their case to the Disability Rights Tribunal. And so that is information for you to know. So, we truly believe that a healthy society is one that ensures inclusivity, accessibility, and equal opportunities for all, including persons with disabilities. So supporting persons with disabilities is not just a moral or a legal obligation, it's a public health priority that benefits all of us. And I believe that our social policy is one that should really embrace this concept, and one that should be so inclusive that right through all the sectors, when you look at healthcare, education, employment, social services, that we're so working in tandem and that we all are on the same page as it relates to persons with disabilities, providing services for them across the life cycle. I say this to say that I had the opportunity to visit Singapore and to look at their social service policy and how they provide services for persons with disabilities. And I was very impressed. Singapore does not have a Disability Act. They are, however, signatories to the CRPD, right? That's the Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. What they have is an enabling master plan, and that enabling master plan has within it the responsibilities and the roles of all the ministries, all the relevant ministries, from the child is born to the child till the person it becomes an elderly. How the state will ensure that there is proper care and proper services for persons with disabilities across the life cycle. And that is where we are endeavoring to be. So what is the impact, or what are some of the benefits or the positive impacts of the JCPD service on public health? So we're looking at improved healthcare access for persons with disabilities. And this is brought on through our interactions and our advocacy for inclusive healthcare policies within the healthcare setting. It also looks at, we also ensure that the reduced disparities that are in, through our education and training, that there are reduced disparities. And so persons with disabilities can live better quality of lives. The JCPD works closely with our disability sector organizations, as well as the community-based rehabilitation organizations, in order to ensure that persons are not, that they are not excluded from support. They're not dropping through the cracks. And so it is very important for us to be working along or working closely with our disability sector partners and our community-based programs. Very, very important for us to do that. Of course, I spoke already about, promoting awareness and also speaking about the disability policy and the Disability Act and the policy changes, because those help us to be, to inform the persons or the communities that we work with, and this leads to better healthcare systems. let us look at some of the challenges that we are confronted with, right? Funding constraints, and I'm sure that you probably have been hearing that all evening. The JCPD, I can speak to that for a fact that we don't get enough, right? Or we don't raise enough, right? So we get a budget from the government, right? And there are also funds that we get from our donors. And there are issues with that. We are very grateful for that, for these funding opportunities, right? But in terms of the monies that we receive from the government, that is never enough. If I can tell you, I can share with you that the funds that I get, we have a new financial year starting in April. And I can tell you that before September, before August, because of the demand on the funds, I will be out of funds based on the demands for assistive aids. And right, a hearing aid, for instance, on the low end costs over $200,000. An assistive aid, depending on if I'm talking about prosthesis, if somebody loses their leg based on where whether it is above the knee or below the knee, right? The cost is very, very expensive. We give $300,000, and this can cost a person up to almost $1 million. It is very expensive. And so before you reach September, we are usually in problems in the sense that we don't have enough to serve the numbers of persons who need our support. And so we've had to be going to our funders, seeking support. And of course, when you go to funders, there are sometimes strictures on what you can do with the funds. So that is also an issue. There are accessibility barriers, as you know, in terms of the infrastructure, right? That is the infrastructure, right? In our settings, communication barriers as well as transportation, right? For persons to access healthcare, and especially if they're in the rural areas, it makes it that much more difficult. Public awareness and stigma. And so, because persons are not aware, there is stigma and discrimination about persons with disabilities. They can't have, so especially, and persons with disabilities will tell you that sometimes they're afraid to go to the healthcare setting. They're afraid of the stigma and discrimination that they face there, especially if it has to do with sexual and reproductive health issues, because people believe that persons with disabilities should not be having relationships, should not be having sex, and so forth. I'm not saying that is the case with anybody here, but persons are usually surprised or usually have a certain kind of a stigma, right, about persons with disabilities, thinking that they have a childlike nature and that this is something that they should not be involved in. And so they don't get the kind of healthcare that they need because of the stigmas that person has. Stigmas such as, he has a disability, so he will not work, he will not be productive worker in the workplace. Things like those we have had to work to overcome. And it is a challenge for persons, right? So the lack of public awareness and the stigma and discrimination impacts the work that we do. We have opportunities though for partnerships, right? Partnerships with key stakeholders, can drive progress in disability inclusion. And I have spoken to you a while ago about the partnership that we have had with the Ministry of Health and Wellness. That is a good one. And I'm so proud of the work that they are doing. I'm also proud of the work that the Ministry of Labor, the Ministry of Justice is doing, right? I was at a workshop last week where they're creating a roadmap that speaks to how persons with disabilities are to be treated when they need services, when they need the services of the justice system. So that is something that I'm proud of. I'm proud of what I see happening in the Ministry of Health and Wellness and the collaboration that we have had. I know that they're working very hard to reduce the barriers that are caused by accessibility, the accessibility barriers, and also to ensure that there are arrangements in place to ensure that persons can get the health care that they need. We are also working on improving our policies as it relates to education, work employment, all those things that we are working on to ensure that persons with disabilities can live better quality lives. We're also looking at things like the kinds of technologies. And when we speak about technology, we're not just, we're not just talking about, the things that we're not just talking about the wheelchairs and things like that, but things that persons can use to communicate and so forth. I saw Dr. Bukal, and it's a pity that she didn't have enough time to take us through her presentation. But I spoke with a young lady this week who has cerebral palsy, and she was living in Jamaica. The parents spoke to me about the challenges that she had, getting her in school, keeping her in school, getting information, about the resources that were available, just the difficulties getting shadow and everything. So she migrated, and she lives abroad with her daughter. And this child has now said to her mother, she is now an author, because she has written a book. And she has said to her mother, I now want to give back to Jamaica. So how she communicated with me was through a technology, right? Because she did not have a speech. And so we want to reach that place in Jamaica where we're able to have a good understanding of the technologies that are available and to be able to afford that, right? Those services to improve the independence of persons with disabilities. So as healthcare professionals, we look to you, right, to assist us in providing accessible healthcare to our persons with disabilities, right? Ensuring that not only that infrastructure is able to facilitate them being able to access the service, but that the technologies in terms of communication and so are available for them to interact with you, right? So those things are important. And the attitudes, of course, the attitudes and behaviors are also accessible, right? Are also at a place where persons feel comfortable to access the healthcare services. We also ask you to join with us in public health campaigns, that will create, the kind of advocacy to encourage the public to support persons with disabilities, to look out for them, to ensure that they get the kinds of health care that they need in order to live better quality lives. One of the things that you would have heard about Jamaica and the rest of the Caribbean is our poor data research and data collection as it regards, disability issues. The last census that was done, I think it was probably in about 2010, and that captured a figure, and that captured a figure about the numbers of persons in Jamaica that has disabilities. That figure, of course, is completely outdated, and we need the kinds of help and support to do and to collect data on disability issues. That is something that we really need. The JCPD is available to provide training and capacity building to persons and to organizations that are looking to learn more about disability issues. And your support with, looking at, so as what we ask you to do is to look at our policies and to see how applicable they are, and to help us in making them more applicable and more friendly, disability rights friendly, as it pertains to persons with disabilities. So I promised you that it would not be a long presentation. And so I end by saying to you that the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities urges all stakeholders, government agencies, healthcare professionals, educators, businesses, and the wider community to join forces in building a more inclusive society for persons with disabilities. Your support, advocates, and advocate, and collaborate with us for a better future for all, including our persons with disabilities. I thank you for listening and ask if you have.
All righty. So, ladies and gentlemen, do you have any questions for Mrs. Manning? Any comments?
I muted myself and could not find the mute button, right? So I was saying thank you for listening. And if you have any questions about the JCPD, I'd be happy to answer your questions.
When the class is quiet like this, Deborah, it's
Hi, Doc. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I know I'm saying when the class is quiet, Akeem, you guys are processing, the information that you've just had. So go ahead, Akeem. Go ahead, please.
Okay, yes, processing indeed. Thank you. And thank you for that presentation. I really you highlighted the collaborative efforts the JCPD has engaged in through partnership with the Ministry of Health. But it made me wonder what other ministries, because you spoke about transportation, we spoke about buildings and accessibility, we spoke about information communications technologies, and it made me just think how extensive do the tentacles of the JCPD go in terms of engaging with other ministries and establishing MOUs, frameworks to, attempt to accommodate persons with disabilities across the various portfolios and agendas covered through the ministries and their sub-agencies?
Thank you so much for that question. The JCPD has, we have a department called that is focused on accessibility. It is all right. Let me first start by saying this, Akeem. The JCPD, having been established under the Disabilities Act of 2014, which came into effect on February 14th, 2022, right, is a little over, how many years old is that?
That's almost a decade. That's almost 10 years after.
No, man, not 2014, 20.
So I know it's 2026, so it's like
2026 now.
4 years.
4 years, about 4 years. So the new JCPD, with its mandate, has a number of departments that are new. One of them is mine, Rehabilitation, Transition, and Social Services. We also have a department that is focused on accessibility programs. Now, that program works closely with all ministries: the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, under which we fall, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Education, which is doing very well as well in terms of ensuring that their structure, all right, that infrastructures are in place. So even the ministry buildings right now. And so the work has begun. I think, and the Ministry of Justice as well. I don't know if I did say that.
Yeah, you
right?
did.
Right. So I did say that. So the work has begun where we're looking at, first of all, the ministries themselves and their departments and agencies to see how accessible they are for persons to access services within these settings. Now, what we do is to conduct an audit and to provide recommendations for improving these departments. It is not a punitive audit as yet. It is one of more of moral suasion and education and working with to get the places, the infrastructure in place. And so that happens. We're also working with these agencies to educate their members and to let them understand how to work with persons with disabilities who are employed in their settings, the kinds of supports that they will need, and also how to efficiently provide services to persons who are coming into their organization who has special needs and require the help from them, but they don't know how to actually interact with them. The JCPD goes in and actually provides that kinds of support to them through information and training. So we have begun the work. It is a new department. However, and the department just has one body at the moment and in the process of building out. Right? So we understand that while we're doing some work, we understand that there is much more to be done. Let me put it that way for you, Akeem.
Indeed, I understand. And as you said, it's still inchoate, it's growing, it's developing.
We're growing.
Right. And the aims are largely collaborative as opposed to punitive. So I guess as it evolves, more agencies will be involved and the interventions will spread broader. Thank you.
Yeah, what I see happening is people reaching out to us. And for that, I am extremely appreciative, right? So there are a number of agencies who have been reaching out to us to see how best they can collaborate with us. that is good. But what I would love to see, or where I believe that as an organization, what we should be looking toward as an organization, as a government, is to provide the kinds of support where we are looking at a life cycle approach from the child is born and it is recognized that the child has a disability, that child is reported, that information is given to the JCPD, then it will activate the kinds of support, right, regarding assessments that need to be done, therapies that need to be provided, education and training, health support, those kinds of things. And we are working together as ministries and as agencies to provide the kinds of support for this child, right? Education, vocational training, placement in education, in the workplace setting, right? And at the same time, we're working along with families because we're not leaving families out of that. And that is where we need to be going. Because as I listened to Dr. Buchall's, as I watched the video, one of the things that came across strongly to me was the support, the kind of support that the dad was getting, right? And we now need to look at a policy to support our caregivers of children with disabilities so they don't feel alone, that they know where the resources are. A lot of them will tell you that I didn't know that there was service out there that I could tap into. Early intervention is key. Early intervention is important. And a lot of, we are still on the side of, of in the society where people don't know where to go, who to call on. And so if we had a better integrated system where information was being passed from one area to the other and the services kick in, then we would have a better society that is caring for persons with disabilities across the lifespan.
Deborah, I'm smiling because the first session we had, a question was asked or it was thrown out to the class. If you were Minister of Health for a day, what are some things and policy reform that you would implement? And just hearing what you're saying now and the passion that you have, you're talking about identifying and some of the recommendations. One of them was having a registry. Another is like screening to identify those persons who have the need. So you
absolutely
you capture them. Another recommendation, for example, the medicals that students do when they enter school to have real assessment being done, not just the cursory, so on and so forth, right? Do you have this? Do you have that? Yes, no, tick. But a good assessment to capture whatever kind of special need that the kids might have from that age. Yes. And another recommendation, having you talk about training and education, a cadre of personnel, a cadre of special needs interventionist. I don't know if that's a real term. You can tell me in English. Wherein, the support can be given, not support for the person who has the need and for the caregivers themselves. Just to hear you speaking about this and the passion, Deborah, believe me, it really is refreshing. And the call for action, partnering with persons such as, the practitioners who are here, who are already practitioners in their own right and are now trained, or being trained as public health practitioners, to go out there to partner with you, read your documents, make suggestions. I hear you're saying you're open to these suggestions. This agency, I would want to say it's in its embryonic stage. It's just like 3-4 years old. And so it's still forming. But before we go there, a question was asked of me earlier I answered, but I am not sure. I would want your perspective on this. So one of our colleagues in class here has a family member who seemed to have severe cerebral palsy, I think, and
Yes.
now 20. So whatever aid or assistance he got from the government, he's now basically on his own. So here is a young man, strong young man. The parents are a little bit older, are getting older, and really is having a challenge just managing him. What would be your suggestion for this family in helping this young man?
Okay, so they need information, right? They need proper assessment of the family system to see the kinds of support that will be needed for this young man, right? To be included in society, whether it is, what is it that he's interested in? What is it that he can do? Right? Assessment needs to be done. Family assessment needs to be conducted, right, on this family. And does the person have, and as I said, I don't know, right, which institution he was a part of before, because I do know that which I don't know if he attended DADE, because I know that we do adult assessments, right? Or he could be referred to Dr. Avril Daly to do an assessment, an adult assessment, to find out what kinds of interest he has, what kinds of support are needed for him to ensure that he can live a better quality life than he's currently living.
Would cost
Yes.
would cost be a factor if he's referred to Dr. Daly?
Cost will be a factor, but if he's registered with the JCPD and he gets a referral and there's a cost and he goes and there's a cost attached to it, that is something that we could assist the family with.
Oh, I see.
You understand? Because one of the things with persons with disabilities is that, and you don't want to fall into the stigma to say, all right, I have cerebral palsy, so I can't do nothing. Or, but you said that he has severe, he's not moving.
I kind of get the feel that maybe he ambulates, I am not sure, but I get the feeling that it probably is
Right. So it might be, so if he's severe, right, you might be looking at the family. So let us say he's bedridden
No, I don't
and
think
so
he's that bedridden because I think he can swim and stuff like that. So I don't think he probably ambulates.
Right. So the first thing to do is to do an assessment of where he is at. And then for a proper plan to be developed for him. Right. So that's the first thing that needs to be done, Joy. Right? Exactly where is this person and how severe is this person? What kinds of support does the family need? What kinds of support does he need? And that is what you need to find out.
All right.
Because if it's severe, then it might mean that you're looking at what can be done for this family, what kinds of support they need, kinds of who is in the network that could provide or help to care for him should in case his parents pass, those kinds of things. But you need to know, right, exactly where he falls, where he is, and then you provide a treatment for him. I would recommend that.
All right.
Yeah.
So I just want to kind of see if I capture the gist of what you said here as recommendations. So first of all, this young man ought to be registered with the JCPD.
Council, right.
Yes, number one. Number two, if he's registered with the organization, an assessment needs to be done Yeah, an adult assessment, and you made a recommendation of a specialist interventionist
Yes.
who
Hold on.
yes, and
If he has cerebral palsy,
right,
if he has cerebral palsy, he was diagnosed, so he can register with the JC because he would have had that an assessment. He
yeah,
would have
man,
had that assessment, right? The family is seeking support. I am recommending that he goes to the clinical psychologist to
right,
see,
to
to
make an
get
assessment,
get an assessment of the kinds of support needs that
right,
this person requires, right? And I'm also suggesting if the cost is a factor for them getting that service, that the JC, but being a member of the JCPD, he can benefit from one of the assistive aid grants to help him to
to help in that regard. And so it takes from there, a social investigation probably needs to be done just to assess, the how
right.
stuff like that. All right, so that colleague might be listening in class here and here. I just wanted to throw that out, and I thank you so much, Deborah, for those suggestions. All right, so
You're welcome.
in closing, class, who here wants to give the vote of thanks to Mrs. Manning for us? Any volunteers here? Or do I need to call on somebody to volunteer? April, hi.
Hello, good night, Mrs. Manning. On behalf of the class, we'd like to just thank you for all that you have taken the time to share with us this evening. We really appreciate it, and it has been an enlightening discussion. We look forward to seeing, what we can even contribute and do as individuals when we leave the program, or even while we're in the program, as it relates to getting, the best possible outcome for these individuals. So we just want to thank you again, and we really appreciate you taking the time to share with us this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Fairfield.
All right.
Thank you, Deb.
Yes, class.
Thank you, Joy. And good night, everyone. And thank you, Joy. And
You're
thank
most
you
welcome,
for,
Deborah. Thank you.
yeah, man,
Thank you
bye-bye.
for the support always.
You're
It has
welcome.
been a long afternoon, class. Deborah, Mrs. Manning, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Right. So we're gonna ask kindly if you mind sharing your PowerPoint presentations for the benefit of the students.
Not a problem. I
All
will
right,
do
thank
so.
you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a long evening for us. But I thank you so much for your patience, your maturity. I thank you for your participation. And even though we have a different topic come Thursday, we do this again. Yeah. So until we meet again, God be with you. Take care, stay safe, and stay well. Have a good night.
Thank you. Have a good night, Dr.
Thank you,
Harrison.
Noreen. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Yes, Akeem, you too. Right, back at you.
Is the session on Thursday face-to-face or online?
Online.
Okay.
Today. Yes, it will be online. All right. We are doing well so far online. However, I must say to you, the oral presentation in May will be face-to-face. I want to see all of you when you do your case presentation. All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you also, Sebastian, Mr. Suarez. Thank you so much for being here with us. Have a good night.